Good morning, everyone. Sorry, a little early today. I did my best. Let me get the live audio going 1 second. Okay. Live audio is up and running. We got that trading view, epic pack. Tell us how rich we're getting today. You guys do know that today's not the stock split, right? Sylvia up 3% in the PM. Awesome. Yeah, there's gonna be FOMO. We're definitely gonna fight for 200. Well, first the split will be put to a vote. And then after the vote, um, it'll essentially be like ratified and executed. How fast do you think they could start covering? It depends. I don't know if they're going to cover with the amount of delta currently on the chain, but I don't know if that amount of delta is ever going to ease up for them either, right? We don't know the date of the vote yet. They'll announce it. Um, when they announce the shareholders meeting, and they'll announce the date of record for the vote to be completed by. It's either FOMO to the news or it was the hedging, the remainder of the hedging that needed to be dealt with before today. I think if you guys look at the daily DD, Brave Vacation was saying that it looks like, due to the amount of volume, that it may have been the hedging that was due today, just kind of covered all at once. But we'll see. I mean, best case scenario for the shorts would be if institutions don't vote, because that would buy them time to the shareholders meeting. Um, it's unlikely that they're not going to want to, but if they don't, I guess worst case scenario would be that shorts would need to cover before the official split takes place. If they don't just recall their shares to vote right away. Can big boys try to vote no and suppress, or do they want the liquidity? I mean, even if they voted no, they don't own as much as retail, I don't think. I don't know why they would want to vote no, right? Like they're long. Well, they also announced the dividend intention details and they announced the meeting. Yes. Well, they'll announce it with the vote and the date of record. Fair to say we'll either go up bigly or down bigly, or we could do both. We'll see how it plays out. There's a lot of delta on the chain for 0 DTEs, and I expect maybe not a lot to dump. We're very close to our after hours highs, but we are down, right? And that will cause some people, especially institutions, to sell out of 0 DTE calls because the price is down and they want to take advantage of the IV spike. Any chance to vote for no split? I don't think so. You're saying the gamma ramp looks pretty good. It looks pretty nice, yeah, right now. Especially in this price range, we only really need to claw back to 200. If we can cross 200, there's about 23,000 open interest there. Good morning, great one. Can you please explain if high volatility creates the greatest gain for highest strike options? Yes, they're the most Vegas sensitive, depending on how far dated they are. So they're the most sensitive to changes in IV. Will they want all? Well, they'll all want to cover their short positions prior to the ex-div date in any case, so they'll be on the hook for extra shares at that point. Yeah. Ding ding. They're pushing the price down hard. I'm not sure coffee is appropriate. Maybe a martini would be better. You choose. Thank you, Bedhead. So might be missing some calls. Okay, those are out. Awesome. What dated calls would you recommend if you're super poor but you want to capture a recall? I mean, it's got to be later than June, right? Serious question. What do you do when you sold a 200cc? Do you let it ride and buy it back in, or is it better to buy the contract back? It's up to you. I just bought back my 200s, 220s, and 250s. Think that's all of them. Right? 70. I have 180s. Can I buy these back too? I'll probably buy these back as well. But you can roll them. You can buy a closer to the money contract, like a closer strike, and hedge them. So if if you have 200s, you can buy a 190, and that hedges or protects your covered call from the upside, right? Because you can sell that 190 and buy back your covered call. BBY FTD data come out yesterday, maybe, and I forgot to check. I was I was just super stoked about the stock split. Just some locked in 5K off open. Nice, man. Quite a lot of volume at 180 open interest volume. What is BB? Oh, a lot. Need a good dip before the rip. We kind of expected some shorting this morning. Seeker Star, Girk, you've been constant resource and voice of reason, a valiant knight, Sir Pickle. Can't wait to buy Pickle merch and YouTube daily screen covers, NFTs after MOASS. Thanks, man. DECP, thank you so much for becoming a Long Johnson, man. I appreciate it. AMD gonna bounce? Doesn't look like it. It looks like it's heading for 803.93. What's XRT doing this morning? Also down. Sorry. Bid ask on some of these options are insane. Yeah. Thank you. Any obligations today? Some FTDs, but no relevant ones. No FTDs from big volume days. Kramer said positive things about AMD. We'll probably see 50 soon. Kramer's been on AMD for a long time. You gotta like when you're shilling pump and dumps to boomers, you gotta have one winner every once in a while, right? I got out of my CCs, not even a loss. Even at a loss. Let's go. Nice. I think I cleared my 200s and 225s at a small loss, like 3%. My 250s were still positive, and then I took a loss on one of the 180s, but I'm gonna see if I can buy the other one back cheaper. What this does do is it puts us in a position for the next couple months where they could start covering it basically any time. CLVR back over 250 overnight. Yeah, it looks like it's doing well this morning. Don't forget that the reason my scanner picked that stock up was because they were shorting the delta sensitivity. So it wasn't, I mean, it wasn't a play on the vote. I found out about that later. Mr. Kofi, I'm sorry. Let's see. Thanks for coming in early today, Girk. Let me get this right. Stock split could cause MOASS if lenders recall shares, and there could be a price increase due to FOMO from the split news, or more FOMO after they vote and recall, and the recall could happen at any time. Yes. Do you think the split will happen this year? Yeah, definitely. Do you think due to all the FTDs from this run, our next one will be larger? Likely. Um, it should increase. It should help increase the magnitude, provided retail interest remains high. So what I'm hearing is no CCs, only CSPs. Yeah, probably. Probably back to only doing CSPs for a while. US Steel ticker up X up over 3.6% this morning. Awesome. I'm still targeting a higher price point for my position over there. I'm targeting like up here. Hold on. Let's see it, but I need to go out to the weekly. So getting very close to the like $42 price, 40 and $46 price point, the first band. But I think it can hit like 63, like this range right here, 61 to 67. So that's I bought leaps on this because I wanted to target like these like 2008 prices. I don't know if it will hit those, but I'm gonna start trailing it probably pretty soon with some stop losses. I bought in at like 32, I think. It's not bearish. We just expect them to short, right, and attempt to manipulate the manipulate as much as they can the zero DTE calls. My 200 Cs for 0.7% or 0.70 yesterday before close, up 93%. Thanks for all you do as always. You got it, AL. Thank you so much, man. Congratulations. How do you know they were shorting volatility? There's short volatility, like there's short variance swaps on GameStop. It's in the swap data. There's a lot of volatility swaps on GameStop. Split loose stock price the same? No. It's still, I mean, stock price remains the same, but it's split, right? It's divided by the number of shares offered. Because efficient market, right? It doesn't increase the market cap. Retail interest is going nowhere. So the numerical value of the stock price changes, but the price, the value of each share remains the same. Price target of 4 possibly. That's what I was targeting. Yeah. That's when I plan to start setting stop limits on my calls. I'm balling your Wyckoff chart retest of the 170-ish target for re-entry for at the money May calls. I actually think with the split we may see more institutional interest, so we may follow the Wyckoff pattern a little better. This oh. Fucking Christ. It's not working again. I'll have to get that up and running later. No, I still think we're probably going to bounce pretty hard at some point today. Oh, Summer, you can, if you go to the announcements channel, the instructions are pinned there, or you can at a moderator in chat and they can help you if you want to get in right now. But otherwise, I'll get to the messages after stream. Is Pickle being shadow banned again? Usually just about every day. When institutional investors initiate share recalls at different times to stagger the buybacks. They could, yeah. They probably won't do it all at once unless it's like right before the split. Is it possible for big gains on this or a slow crawl? I mean, it's possible for decent gains. I don't know. The other stocks that we've tracked off of the scanner have performed pretty well. Looking at buying in heaps more shares this morning, when do you think is the right time to buy with the situation we're in now? I mean, I think they're going to continue to crush the price here for a little bit. They just need to crush the price for the early morning FOMO, and then once the volume dies down, they can slow push it. I like the CLVR play. Thanks, Gergs. When you said you might be like Spurt, I got really pumped because I paper traded options for Spurt back then, and now I'm playing CLVR for real. That's awesome, dude. Do you think they recall during the covering of FTDs from this run? Why would you think they recall during covering FTDs from this run? It's possible. They're most likely to recall a few days before the vote or a few days before the split, depending on if they vote or not. Buy the resistance. Thanks, Go Speed. If they can cover at any time, is now a good time to buy later dated calls or wait because IV is too high right now? IV is ridiculous right now. But a lot of the pre-split gains could be made up in like it could be we could see the pre-split gains occur before the vote. So it's tricky. Like you want to be in positions, but you don't want to overpay for them, you know? So I would say entering positions slowly is probably best and trying to just kind of cost basis average over time. I started buying X in the 20s. Nice, man. Are lenders legally obligated to do a recall? No. But they will because they want their shares accounted for during the split. The first thing it's gonna make them do, right, is they're gonna look and they're gonna go, hey, like BlackRock, for instance. BlackRock is gonna look and be like, we have 5 million shares, right? But we have 9 million shares on loan. Right. And we don't want to be responsible for the dividend for these extra 4 million shares that we don't own. So we're going to recall these, right, to set our balance before the split. Putting the obligation to cover on the short seller. The greatest risk to short sellers is always going to be a lender recall on a long short position. And that means, even if they've packed those long-term shorts into like total return swaps or single stock futures, if even if those are packed into derivatives, they'll still show up on the lender's balance book, right? So, if BlackRock in fact has like 60 million shares short, but they're packed in TRS and hence not reported and have no residual effect on the stock, those shares still need to be returned during a recall. I didn't mod it, Dan. I don't know what you're talking about. With an increased market cap, locking up the float with DRS will be impossible. Is this the end of DRS? I mean, I kind of think locking up the float was always fairly impossible, but it's not necessarily the end of DRS, but with the increased liquidity post split, it's would be really hard to. Right, because lenders and longs and institutions are going to trade the stock in a more liquid fashion, which means more liquidity in the market, which means it's easier to clear FTDs. If they're continuing to short, this probably means they have an agreement with some of the lenders. Like, they aren't worried about a recall. I mean, lenders aren't going to recall immediately upon the announcement of a, and yesterday's announcement was not a split announcement. It was simply a change to the corporate charter, and that's it. So they're not going to be worried about a recall now, but they may be worried about a recall, when the date of record for the vote comes up, because that's when lenders would recall. I think it's like June 680s. I think it's like June 680s irresponsible, not worth it to you, or do you buy some? I mean, they're good in the sense that they're very sensitive to IV, right? So like price has been dropping all morning, but my June 680s are up, right? Because IV is increasing, even though the price is dropping. So, they can be a little more resilient to changes in intrinsic value as long as IV and volatility, like as long as volatility remains high. So there's value in them in that sense. They are a more complicated product to trade. Going to average down on BBY. When is a good entry? And when do we expect to see a possible reg show and short covering on the end of April? When is a good entry? And when do we expect to be possible reg show and short covering on this end of April? Oh, comma, end of April. I still have to look into the FTD data for BBBY. But yeah, I would expect towards late April we would start to see the FTDs from Cohen's buy-ins pile up. Cohen's buy-ins were very targeted on BBBY, so I'm expecting at least a large increase in FTDs due there. Any guesses at all when this catalyst might happen or signals? I mean, GameStop will have to announce that. Whoa. Okay. GameStop will have to announce the vote. So that'll be another, like 8K. See DRSing shares the dividend being a safe decision. It's just a stock split. It's not like a special dividend, right? It's just brokers. I mean, brokers split stocks every day. I don't think that makes a difference. It's not like an NFT dividend or like a non-standard dividend. And the issuance of a stock split is I did look into it quite a bit last night. The issuance of a stock split is standard practice is offered as a dividend. I know you've gone over this a million times since last night. However, in a stock split via dividend, does broker have to deposit the ratio of stock or the cash equity of the split as the dividend? They have to deposit the stock if it's a stock split. They are given the stock from GameStop to deposit. That's how the split works essentially. Breaking: GME plummets after news of stock split as investors finally realize it's no better to own a larger amount of shares in a company worth nothing. Bazinga? Is that a real headline? Please answer my question, mate, and put a wrinkle in my brain. I don't know what you asked, man. If you just asked it twice, I probably would have seen it the second time instead of you asking me to answer the question I didn't see the first time. Why do you keep saying it's only changed to the charter when the 8K specifically says implement a stock split of the company's Class A common stock in the form of a stock dividend? Because the announcement yesterday was only the change to the charter. The announcement for the stock split will come later. They have announced their intention to announce a stock split. So yes, they're going to announce a stock split, but yesterday's 8K was only the intention to announce it. It is not the official announcement. They are different. Can you explain the benefits and negatives of a dividend stock split versus a normal stock? It's not a special dividend. It's just a stock split. Special dividend. So I looked into this more last night. And a special dividend stock split would require the company to buy shares of the stock and then issue them as a dividend. Stock splits are issued as dividends. Tesla has the same verbiage. Yeah, they all do. But if you're short a stock and it splits, you then have to buy the additional shares that you owe. It would cause the price of the stock to go down due to dilution. That's on why GME wants to split. The difference being when issued as a dividend, the shorts don't split, right? Only the shares held split. Held long. Was Stockman running after hours and the new AK got filed when purely algorithmic buying reacted to the release of the AK? Not so much its content and implications for them. It could have just been the market maker, covering the remaining delta on the chain that they needed to hedge, right? Kind of like we saw in January 6th, where we saw that massive amount of negative. Also, somebody knew because right at market close, there was a bunch of fucking orders for calls. But it's not really algorithmic, right? Like the algorithms are pre-programmed to handle various events, but they're still executed by a person, right? Like the algorithms don't think for themselves. They just execute instructions. If they're continued to short, this probably means they have an agreement with some of the lenders, like they aren't worried about a recall. I answered that before, but no. They wouldn't be worried about a recall at this point in time. Can you go over the price target of CLVR? I feel like it has way more room to the upside than $4, especially due to the OI at 5. It can, but it may not. Definitely. It does. I have price targets at 5 and at 730. But after 4, I'm going to start trailing it with a stop. Oh, I think you need to fix something, Carl. You were still using Wyckoff as a tracking indicator. Is it unaffected by unforeseen price action caused by this filing? Yes. I believe this is RC doing his best work for the shareholders and the company. The shareholders will see a net increase in value of shares, and they'll be able to issue shares after a split. It'll also make the stock more attractive to retail investors that couldn't afford to buy in previously. Firms have to hedge the extra shares created in the options chain post split. So if hedged 100 and then splits 3-1, they need to hedge a further 200. No, it just splits the currently open contracts. Imagine if we had this information 10 minutes before close, right? Machine learning, bro. Machines think now. They're not that good at it. Bruce is calling for a share offering pre-split. Says it makes sense to go into the split cash rich. They can do a share offering post split too. But they're already cash rich. They already have like $1 billion cash on hand. I'm not saying they couldn't get more, but they're already cash rich. They can wait till a share recall occurs, right? How would you approach buying in a ton of more shares? Would you wait out the next week and see how things go, or create a position today? Thanks so much, man. I mean, remember at this point, pre-split, you'll be competing with institutions. So, this could accelerate the tail end of the accumulation phase that we're in, because this will draw more institutional interest, without a doubt. So there will be institutional interest, but institutions will also want to crush the price and get it for cheaper. So, you can use cost basis averaging and just, buy in a little at a time over time in order to get the best possible. 850, it was a super hard resistance yesterday. 162.50, also a very strong resistance. So even though we may see a little bit of slippage today, due to the closing of these 0 DTE contracts that are kind of covering the whole chain, I wouldn't expect us to really go below gamma neutral, which is at like 165. The split effect of the borrow rate, it shouldn't, because the number of shares on loan would remain the same. Welcome to Dillionaire. Bullish on Houston's second intro. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord after the stream. I'll get you added.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe motherfucker.
Yeah, foreign tickers would also split too.
Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Options also split. It screws signals the end of MOASS and time for investors to move on to a real company. They've invested a lot of money, pre spikes in inflation, kind of huge. I think they're going to do quite well during an inflationary economy. Do you think RC is aware that this will lead to shorts covering, or do you think he's doing this because it's a good move for the company? I think he's doing it because it will lead to shorts covering. It's actually pretty unusual for a stock to split this early into its, turnaround. What are the odds that the vote wouldn't pass? Extremely slim. People love stock splits, more leverage, right? Did the stream cut out? Sorry. What's your strategy to reposition calls to the next run? Well, I don't know when it'll occur, so I'll probably be looking at leaps, buying in slowly over the next couple of months as we approach the shareholders meeting. Do we have BBY FTD data? I believe so, but I don't think it's analyzed. Everyone got kind of caught up with the GameStop shit last night. I'm still kind of just like fucking mind blown at this. I'm still in like shock, honestly. We're gonna make so much fucking money. I mean, just guys. Thanks, Carl. Happy April Fools. When I need 200 puts bought it open. The big question I have right now is the entropy swap still in place? Because if they've closed it, they're in a very dangerous position. If it's still open, they're a little safer. You don't get more options contracts. It's just the value of the contract splits. So, instead of being worth 100 shares, it's worth like 300 or 5, depending on whatever the split ratio is. So if it's like a 3-to-1 split, it would be that. 5-to-1 would be 500 shares, and so on. Choppy audio? I don't see how. Refresh your stream if you're having an issue with the audio. Who is counterparty to an entropy swap? Somebody long volatility. Someone long volatility, short gamma. Well, gamma exposure for today's expiries meditation would be due Tuesday. The price increase being from hedging. Generally, anytime there's big news, if market makers are carrying a negative delta hedge, or like if they're carrying delta risk, So say MMs are carrying a delta risk on GameStop of like 10%, right? So they're not hedging this additional 10% of delta, so they're not at true delta neutral. If a big event occurs, they will generally immediately hedge this. As quickly as they can so that they are delta neutral in case, the price rockets the following day. What are the chances you continue to stream your trading after you're filthy rich? It does seem like you like teaching us. I don't know. We'll see. There will definitely be a break. This isn't going to be like Christmas vacation. Instead of MOASS, we get enrolled into the Jelly of the Month Club, is it? Thank you, Cybernetic. Louis, thank you so much for becoming a tillionaire, man. I don't pronounce your name, but I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance.
What's the initial rundown on how we're making all this money? Buying calls? Sure. Or just, owning stock? Don't forget, GameStop's, may not be directly short a lot, right? Like, even if the reported SI is accurate on GameStop lended shares, right? Like, it's like 25.1 or something right now. Even if this was an accurate number, you have to remember that it's also short via derivatives. And short from ETFs. And in the event of a stock split, these ETFs are going to look and see, that they have X number of shares of GameStop short in excess of the shares that the ETF carries, right? And since they don't want to be on the hook for those, the ETFs can issue a recall of their shares because they're not like a publicly traded company, right? They're a fund, they're an asset basket. And these short derivative positions are going to owe those shares. They're going to owe that additional share liability. And so, where this percent of short interest on GME could be hundreds, thousands even, this exposes these positions, not just these. What are the chances we launch next week? I mean, not launch, but we can go up next week. We're still, $25 above max pan. Hey. Cool. And I'm out of all my covered calls. Fuck you, shills. I figured you'd take a much deserved run string at the very least. When is a good time to drop 1K on shares? All I can tell you about when the best time to buy shares is GME shareholders' average cost basis is between 160, 250 and 180. So the majority of shareholders' cost basis is in this range. a lot of people have averaged down, so you know it's moved more towards this side, um, due to the previous dip below 100 that we just went through. Glad you're out of your CCs. Can you make it go up now? I didn't make it go down. How am I going to buy calls if you're no longer selling CCs? I don't know. We gonna go red on the day? We could. And that's like what's expected, right? Arbitrage is almost evened out. Not quite. So we may have to wait a little longer for a turnaround. Hold on, let me see if I can see this on the 5-minute. I mean, this still needs to turn around a little bit more, but if once arbitrage evens out, there's a better chance for some upside. Volume's declining on the drop, so I'd expect that we're approaching some sort of resistance here. And if we go out to the 1 hour, this isn't really out of line with our Wyckoff expectations, right? So I think we're okay. I'm not really concerned about this. But I did try to warn everyone this morning. Can you explain the effect a split would have on long call options? June expiry, split happens in June. It simply makes the contract worth 300 shares of the underlying instead of 100 or 500, depending on whatever the split is. So it just becomes that many more shares of the underlying. So say you exercise, there's a 5-to-1 split, and you exercise the contract you're holding post split, you'll get 500 shares instead of 100 shares, right? Does that make sense? Why would they short today? It's not just shorting, right? It's the 0 DTE calls will be closed because this is what happened. So overnight the price spiked to 200. At market open it was at 189. Okay? Does that make sense? So anybody holding calls that went in the money at 180 at market open, especially institutions, maybe not retail, but institutions are now, up $9 a contract on those calls, and they're going to sell. And when they sell, the positive delta hedge from the market maker flips negative, which then means that, the hedge is reversed and that they're going to push downwards. That in addition to shorting. You don't get more contracts. You just get more. The contract is just worth more of the underlying. Does this news really impact Wyckoff or not so much from your view? I mean, it increases institutional interest, so it should improve the reliability of Wyckoff. The more institutional interest a stock has, more institutional long interest a stock has, the more accurate Wyckoff becomes. In theory. I mean, it is a theory. What? I was able to buy back 15 of my 18 CCs. This is so exciting. Thanks for all the knowledge. No problem, Bipolar Bear. I can't wait for Superstock to blame me for the stock price falling so I can get out of my covered calls. Do they have FTDs to cover today? Some. Not for many high volume days. So there are some FTDs, but nothing significant. FTDs are most important when volume is high, right? Because liquidity is low, and so in order to generate liquidity, FTDs, synthetics have to be created, and then synthetics FTD. I'm a pores. Is it better to buy one stock or one leap? I mean, ultimately, a decision you have to make, but I can tell you that one leap is, equal to 100 shares of leverage. And post split, however many more based on the split. And one share is equal to one share. The risk there is time. When you buy a leap, you're only gaining leverage over those 100 shares for a period of time. Whereas if you buy a share, you're gaining ownership of that share forever. Profits on a leap will arguably be better than profits on a single share because of the leverage ratio, right? That's up to you, man. What investment do you have more confidence in, Iron Archer, BTC, or GameStop? Historically, BTC has, far better gains than almost anything. But I was going to ask a question, but I came up with a better one. Do you think they file these types of things unless they know it's going to pass? Why file if they cannot guarantee it passes? If they don't file if it won't pass. I mean, it's going to pass. I don't think I've ever seen a share split get voted down because you need the majority of shareholders to be against the split. Did you not see the link I sent you last night? You were apparently so sad. I was tired. I was tired and still kind of shocked. I still am. Hypothetically, you own 96 shares and there's of GME and there's a squeeze. What do you do? There's an exit strategy that I wrote. It's on Reddit on my profile. What's this? Put sweeps bearish 200, 200, 200, 185, 170. Those aren't for very much money. Like less than $1 million. It's less than $500,000. I mean, that just helps accelerate the price down. But yeah, I agree. Put positions. It's not irrelevant. It's just not a lot. It's not like millions in puts. So at least they're not trying to gamma squeeze us down. But they're definitely trying to use the hedge against us. They're doing 0 DTs. Yeah, because they know people are going to sell out of their contracts at market open because the overnight run up, right? That's why I wasn't like panicking about my covered calls. As you build up your position moving towards June, are you going to be getting near the money strikes, far out of the money, in the money, asking for a pickle? Probably all of the above. You pick up any calls for GME or BBBY? Yeah, I still have BBBY calls. I don't have any GME calls yet, but I will pick them up. On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely is it that we MOASS? That'll depend on if all the things we think might be true are. We will not see the benefit of more shares from the split, right? Since it will likely squeeze pre-split. More than likely, yes. I don't know how the lenders are not going to go through not only the vote but also the split itself without recalling shares. And then any shorts that aren't covered on the recall would be fucked by the split itself. Is an obvious play then to buy in the money leaps at this point, knowing they will have to close positions in the next year? It's a play. Shut up, Dan Almighty. Just to tickle everyone's pickle, what's your conservative estimate for a short squeeze on GME again? Obviously, it's impossible to know. Yeah, it's impossible to know. That's my conservative estimate. Estimates on when arbitrage might be finishing. Might have balanced out about now. I can look again. Hold on. I have to pull up CVV up again. Kind of looks about the same. Hold on. Let me make sure that Bittrex is fucking turned off because that doesn't. See if the London exchange is balancing back. It's still about the same. It's still a little bit unresolved. All the stocks in the basket are falling hard. Does this mean that the negative exposure they just bought themselves out of now starts a new cycle? Can we now use today to predict future cycles? Sure. Not necessarily. Today is we still need to see, ETF flow, we need to see increased FTDs, we need to see those FTDs begin to play out over the next cycle period. I mean, as far as OPEX goes, we need to see those positions compound before we can assume that, there are obligations due. I missed buying Tesla at 50, double my position at 80 on GME. Goal is to not work and monitor CC's post squeeze. We're gonna be so fucking rich. I know, dude. If we own Leaps after the dividend X date, will we receive the dividends? Or how does that work if the stock splits? The contracts will just be worth more of the underlying. So the contract, just like the underlying value of the contract splits as well. So right now, when you buy a contract of GameStop, it is worth 100 shares. When and if the stock split occurs, um, the contract will be worth that ratio more. So if they split 5-1, your contract will be worth 500 of the underlying share. Why am I shadow banned when I need to say something? I don't know why YouTube blocks people's chats. All right, Dr. Dan. What's your gut feeling on how long until we get deets? on the voting? Probably like April or May. It's usually fairly in advance. I think last year it was in April for the like chairman vote. Regardless of MOASS, my CCs forever will make daddy rich. Wow. As long as IV stays elevated. But they can always generate income, yeah. So would this be a good time to enter an options position on far dated basis since the price is falling? I mean, IV is extremely high right now, which is probably something that should be considered. Why are my $5 options on CLVR not fucking updating when it's ripping like this? The fuck? Were they just negative before? I feel like they should be worth more than this right now. Okay, weird. Oh, it looks like I'm buying some more BBBY. Yes. Um, if you were short Fed fund now, how would you feel and what would you do to get out of your position without much loss? Try to slowly cover until the potential share recall and then try to cover what was left. I don't know if they can. Docu rises like a phoenix from the ashes. Yeah, it's back up again today. I told you just got to be patient, right? CLVR and GB's basket, they're up over 10%. No, so CLVR came up on my scanner. Like I'm building a scanner with a friend of mine, that tracks shorting of delta sensitivity spikes, which implies overexposed positive gamma or positive delta position, right? Like an overexposed naked call position. And when they short delta sensitivity that way, it causes a rebound in a sense, right? Because it's a synthetic short. And then I found out, it was a weed company, and there was this like big weed vote that I think went through the House yesterday. Um, so that just kind of added to the play, I suppose. The number of contracts increasing doesn't make any sense. Because in a reverse split, you would just end up with you couldn't end up with half a contract. That's in holding contracts into a split. I mean, I've never done it, but you can. Usually I sell them before or exercise them before. When do you think the suppression to shake weeklies off will end? Midday, maybe. We've already kind of bounced and shifted trend, so we'll see if we can stabilize in this range. Oh, sorry. I didn't even notice that was there. We're closing at 243 today. I feel it on my plums. Something wrong with your plums. A forward split, the amount of contracts goes up. And reverse split, the amount of shares in the contract goes down. As far as I knew, the premium remains the same, and the number of shares of the underlying goes up. What's up with CLVR? What was your question on it, Kilroy? 520 Macy C, dumb or solid? I prefer the leaps because they're more Vega sensitive. But I mean, Mays are fine if CLVR hits $5. Leaps are better if it doesn't. For education purposes only, if FTDs on BBBY are similar to GME, what's a good date for contracts to capture increased price action? Probably like, well, the best liquidity is going to be in the like August, I believe the August contracts for for anything that's not, you know, leaps. But you may be able to capture it with Maze depending on how high the FTDs are. I don't think they're that high yet because it's not on Reg Show. But I'll try to get to that over the weekend and get the information out to everybody. I mean, right now BBBY is cheap, so I wouldn't be super concerned. No, not all shares available to borrow are gone. All shares that you can see available to borrow are almost gone. So do we get some dark pool dumps that give us some rise today, right? Towards the later afternoon, but probably not a lot. I can't imagine dark pool volume super high today. It could be. Let me check. Dark pool at 55, so it's about what it was yesterday. I would expect if we're going to experience volatility, yeah, it'll be towards the midday. A split contract? That's contracts that are post-split. You're talking about post-split. How will the stock split affect shareholders? They'll end up with more shares. What's your opinion on the proper delta value of a protective put to sit with your shares? 0.3, 0.5. What's your take? If I'm buying protective puts, like I'm really afraid of the downside, I just generally buy them above my cost basis. If my cost basis is really far, like 0.3s. I usually don't buy them unless we're approaching my cost basis or, after earnings. Just so I have this right, in a synthetic short position held in a total return swap, the counterparty that hedges is a lender, so TJAT? What? So that? You're just saying that? Yeah, the counterparty would generally be a lender. I suppose they could find somebody else long the stock to be a counterparty. Assuming what we believe to be true with split dividend is true, do you see a scenario where we don't squeeze? Also, any thoughts on the timing of this announcement from GameStop? Probably sometime. The announcement will probably come sometime in April, or early May, I would imagine, to give time for for the vote. What was the rest of that question? Sorry, drawing a blank here. Do you see a scenario where we don't squeeze? I mean, they're obviously going to try to not squeeze the stock, right? That doesn't mean they won't be able. Like, that doesn't mean they'll be able to prevent it. But if they can prevent it, they will. If they can survive somehow to the other side of the squeeze, although if what we think regarding synthetic short interest on GameStop is true, I don't see how that's possible. But if SI is truly not as high as we think, or there's some way for them to survive the split and lenders don't recall their shares, the opposite side of the split is not so great for a short squeeze. I bought shares in my kids. Sorry. I bought shares in my kids' names. Please confirm there's no risk I'll end up with more kids. I don't think you'll end up with more children. That's not how a stock split works. Samuel, thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit the like button, you freeloaders. Riku, we love you, Gurk. Mike buys leaps. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. If you guys could hit the like, it's a big help. Even if BBY runs to 27.30, I'll make bank. Anything over will be a bonus. I mean, they're trading at like 1/8 of their book, right? So it's not obscene to think that, by end of year, especially if they can offload Bye Bye Baby, that, they could be trading at, 20 to 50% of their book value, which is, like $40, $50 a share. How do you set stops on options? Options, it's just a times 100. It's not that hard. You have to factor in implied volatility. You can use the options and options chart. Like, you can look at the chart for your call like this, and you can do it here. Some programs and brokers have a way for you to set your stop limits on options based on the price of the underlying. So you can set your stop trigger based on the price of the underlying. But you can also just think of them as their own independent asset, separate from the underlying, and just use the chart for the option. Do you recommend any brokers for options trading other than Weeble or Fidelity? I don't actually like trading options on Fidelity. I mean, they're fine. I just don't like them. I usually use in order IBKR, Weeble, Schwab, and Tastyworks. Tastyworks is really just there because they let me sell degenerate naked positions, and they don't care. The House floor is debating the MORE Act literally right now. I thought they voted on it yesterday. Maybe I should close some of these positions then. Debating it. How does it not just pass? Interesting. I wonder if I should set stops on these since they're up like 30%. Yeah. YOLO. TJAT costs same like shares. What do you use for IBKR? Trader Workstation? Yeah, you can use that. Currently don't have a position, but I'm trying to time an entry. Do you have any thoughts on this? June at the money leaps, or just don't buy now? Um, buying in this range is kind of risky. We did not continue our uptrend, right? We started moving sideways. We could drop more. You know, gamma neutral is down here at 165, so I wouldn't be surprised with the options, zero DTE options being shed if this doesn't, if we don't hit this. Remember, for Wyckoff, this would represent a higher low, which would ultimately be bullish. Yesterday's more act move was them agreeing to vote on it today. Jesus Christ, Congress is such a shit show. We're gonna see 200 end of day. I don't know. No, I don't think you're shadow banned, Eunice. I might have just, I've missed, chat's been going like crazy. I've missed a lot of people's questions. Just ask it again. How do I stop where I sell for the price? Also, sometimes if you use certain words, YouTube will block it. If the bill passes, what price can CLVR run? It's got a pretty small float. I think it could hit 5 or 730. It could go higher, but that's less likely. Not without like the Senate passing it. When a stock splits, this is what happens. Where's that guy who was telling me that CLVR was a piece of shit yesterday? I want to look at him in the eyes. Yeah, CLVR is over 3, I know. The MORE Act passed? Shit. Bop? Yeah, this is gonna fucking rip. Okay. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Oh. I went back Jan 2021. I went in back in Jan 2021. Cost average 250. Now with LTD cash flow, how does the stock split affect if it essentially dilutes the stock? Will I see green again and be able over time to average down? I mean, your cost basis doesn't change, Chris, because of a stock split. Nothing changes. It doesn't change anything except the number of shares held. Is it just a high percentage gain if it becomes in the money? Wanted one today for fun. I mean, the potential is that wouldn't go into the money. If it does go in the money, you'll make some money. I mean, it's just like any other call option, except shorter expiry. And it loses theta value very quickly. So if it's out of the money, it will decline in value rapidly. Just for fun hype, can you speak to what smaller shareholders could see 5 to 10 shares as far as scenarios in the coming month? I mean, you can make some money, or you can, post split, depending on the ratio of the split. You would be able to generate income off your shares through covered calls. Can you explain computer share advantage, disadvantage? I don't really think there's a disadvantage to like putting your shares in computer share, but I don't really see the advantage either. The advantage would be that the shares are in your name, and it empowers your rights as a shareholder. The disadvantage would be it is a time consuming and costly process. I think there's like a $75 fee, I think, associated with transferring to computer share, um, which is not really a big deal. And then you won't be able to sell covered calls on your shares. That's pretty much it. Your shares cannot be lent. It doesn't stop share lending, it just stops your shares from being lent. Good time to buy into CLVR. No, I mean, you're chasing pretty hard. Docu breaking 111 seems significant. It is. What was a major resistance after 200? The next one's 225 after 200. After that, 250. There's some resistance at 230, 240, like psychological resistances, but they're smaller. 250 is the next big resistance. Anybody else juiced for 7 months from now when Adabit writes a DD about how GME is going to do a stock split? 80 million shares of 30 million shares outstanding for CLVR owned by retail according to Weebull's API. That's 266%. My calls are cooking. Thanks, Pickle. Can we hit $500 before a stock split? Possibly. If there's a share recall, yeah. There's some deep in the money puts on GME now. Yeah, they loaded up on some in the monies at market open. What the fuck indicator is this? Where's my EMAs? Sorry, one sec. Are these changed? Too late to buy some CLVR shares? I don't know. It's up to you. It's riskier than it was at 250 or 230. Not being able to sell CCs might be a good thing. I don't know. Mine were pretty profitable today. I still have my shares and I made money. Seems like a win-win. I could hit 4 today with this vote. I could possibly hit higher. There's a, stock's in a kind of a weird position. If $5 calls get driven into the money today, it could be tomorrow could be pretty interesting to say the least. Or Tuesday rather. The vote passed. Volume on in the money puts is still super low. Yeah, I agree. I don't think they've closed their entropy swap. Right? Because when they close the entropy swap, they generally then use the profits. I think the entropy swap is still in place. I'm really not going to get assigned again on BBY. I'm sorry. He's concerned of some bullshit happening to not split the shares. I've never heard of anything like that occurring. The floater is around 70 million and they're currently authorized for 300 million. Can't they do a split before increasing the authorized amount? I mean, they're increasing the authorized amount for the future of the company. So they don't change the corporate charter very often. It's uncommon, right? So they're ensuring that GameStop's share issuance going forward into the future is high enough that if they do want to issue shares in the future, they can. Right now, it's very limited. If they want to perform another split, if GameStop becomes a tech company and is trading at $500 a share, then they may want to do more splits, right? And that gives them the flexibility to do so in the future. It's a vote. It's also a vote of confidence in the future of the company by the board, right? Sylvia dead? I don't know. Just struggling for fucking $3. Seems like an important resistance given the current options chain. Stocks announce stock announces a stock split, pre-market rips. During the day, retail investors decide the stock isn't worth it and sell. I mean, that's not really what happened, right? Can they just drive the price like this all day? Sure. Pushing us down $30 is kind of bullshit, not gonna lie. I mean, they did it the other day and we bounced right back. Fucking just relax. If no one's selling, why the fuck does everyone care about the intraday price so much? Seriously. Like if you're all so fucking diamond handed, right? Why do you care what the intraday price is? I get it for options, but just whining about the price for no reason, it's just what's the fucking point? I lose like 30 grand for every dollar the price drops, and I don't say shit. Stop trading with your fucking emotions. Either you have faith in the investment or you don't. It's nice to be up, but it's okay to be down. CLVR volume building really well. It's probably going to retest 3. I expect a couple tests at 3 while people bail. Yeah, patience with CLVR. I mean, I didn't buy leaps for no reason. I have faith that 98% of all my investments lose money. Yeah, entropy swaps have theta decay. Why Tuesday, not Monday? It could be Monday too. T+2. Like we've never been up high enough for everyone to be filthy rich, and we've never been low enough for anyone to be broke. So unless it goes to zero or squeezes, what's there to talk about? Like, why be sad that they dumped the price? Of course they dumped the price. Everyone sold their fucking zero DTEs at market open. I tried to tell everyone this was happening last night. I can show you the fucking comment on Discord. I can't find it. Oh, why does Discord's search function suck so bad? Piece of shit. I said it's fine if you have options. I get it. But why would you FOMO in after we run, $30 overnight? You're bad at using it? No, it just won't like I have to like open it and close it repeatedly to get it to um search specific users on PC. Like it always works on mobile, but it almost never works on PC. Maybe people are sad because they want to sell at 200. I wouldn't be surprised. I can also show you the memes they made of me because I was telling people not to YOLO in. They made memes of me too, saying that I was panicked about my covered calls. All 10 of them. No, so the problem is when I try to use the modifier search, it doesn't give me like the list of screen names. Hawkins. We just got like the most bullish news we've gotten on GameStop in the last fucking year. What did people expect? They always short the news. We know how important it is for them to kill FOMO. Were you flirting with me last night? I don't know, Popcorn Trader. Was I? Oh, here we go. Midnight last night. Here's what I'm not understanding. When the share price starts to soar, there will be lots of wish I had bought more. Why aren't people buying the dip knowing this might be one of the last? I don't know. Split and dilute? It's possible. Institutions don't FOMO that way. Institutions build positions over time, and they're not opposed to, you know, selling off all of their delta position to let the price tank so they can buy more at a cheaper price. Ten covered calls represents more shares than Adabit has. Who cares how many shares Adabit has? Sad because they want to get rich quick, because they were told that GME squeeze is inevitable. They don't want to moon now. People are just greedy and impatient. I know. That's why I'm talking about it. I know how to search in Discord. It just doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not that I don't know how to do it. Remember when there was nothing going on and we spent all day talking about your groundskeeper? Now there's like not too much. There's like too much going on to talk about your clones. You can just go look it up yourself. It's still in the Discord log. Spider, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, dude. I appreciate it, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon wind. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker trades this popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'ma buy my own boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no coke.
Yeah, it still doesn't work, trash. It never pops up the list of handles. Even if I delete this space. Now that I'm a billionaire, I'm ready to buy Girk's covered calls. They really don't want us over 200 for some reason, because there's 23,000 OI on the call chain at 200. Another entry coming for CLVR. This one's not terrible. DM'd you again? Oh, there's more than one? Oh, here we go. At 11:55 p.m. Can I just share? Here, I'm just going to share Discord so there's no question about the validity. Happy? Calling it now. Shill campaign will start on Superstack to vote against the proposal because it will be bad for DRS. DRS is already bad for DRS. Computershare taking forever to answer my questions about where they're going to get their shares for a split via stock divvy. What? The shares are just released. The float's increased. The liquidity is provided by the company. Thanks for everything, bro. Shit, sorry I missed that. Still learning, but appreciate the lessons. Riku. Thanks, Meatball Candy. I think they're both kind of good plays right now, John. GME and BBBY, but like both are kind of equivalently good. Did I miss something? It's sort of a common practice for companies post split to do a share offering. It doesn't mean that GameStop's going to. The shares come from the DTC. Don't spread misinformation about computer share and share dividends. Overshorted stocks have split many, many times. There's never been an issue receiving shares. Any thoughts on confirming your brokerage account is marked as non-objecting beneficial owners with the split dividend coming up this year? What? Confirming your brokerage accounts are marked as non-objecting beneficial owners. I don't know. I don't know if you have to do that. You should just get a thing for voting. You'll usually get like an email to vote. AMC just announced an NFT marketplace, and NFT displays all their physical locations. Just kidding. If GME hits 10K a share, will you buy a Microsoft Office license? No. For what? If GME hits 10K a share, I'm never using Excel. I'll hire someone. do it at Pi-Fi and tell me FTD'd your Dillionaire song for joining. Oh shit, I'm sorry I missed that, dude. Chats just keeps jumping. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. I appreciate it. Snufflehog.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls.
I took my CLVR contracts and sold them and opened to buy more CERN puts. Stonks. Does it matter how long you've had your shares to get the stock dividend? As long as you have them by the date of record. Tinfoil theory of DFE joining GameStop customer support. Was that a fucking theory? Jesus Christ. Fake Discord. Do PMCCs with both sides expiring in the money just get processed automatically, or do I have to call to specifically say to sell The auto exercise shares rather than the older shares. You have to exit the legs separately. Don't start saying shit like CLVR to 10. That's horseshit. It's a good pick. I don't think it's that good of a pick. Screenshot BBY FTD data and the. Oh, I don't care about BBY's just direct FTD data, right? We need to process the fails in BBY containing ETFs. IWM looks compelling. 3 million fails on the third, 2 million fails on the fourth. Is there a reason you have extended hours being charted as opposed to regular hours? I always use extended hours on my charts. Anytime I'm analyzing anything below the daily time scale. If you're trading stocks that have high interest, they should be moving in extended hours. What's the vote? And I'm adding an amendment to the bill. The main vote will probably be 45 minutes from now. Interesting. You in May's or June for Wyckoff Phase E? Not yet. What are your thoughts on June 17 680 lottery tickets? They're really good if IV jumps hard. CLVR 999. They don't look very high. IWM FTDs are really high though. Is it significant if the BBBY FTD number is 20x the GME number? I know it doesn't include ETFs, but is that significant in itself? Yes. How's the Wyckoff on GME looking now? Fine. FTD data is out, but it needs to be measured against ETF FTDs as well. Wyckoff is going to take weeks or months to play out. Asking every day is overkill. Multiple times every day. Yeah, I posted it in the daily. It's not very complicated. Stock go up, down, in a slightly narrower range. I don't know why people need to see it all the time. Could the after hours run count as a Wyckoff test? Yeah. I can't stand how the House gives 15 minutes to vote electronically, yet it takes more time to tally those votes. Pretty stressed out by this price action. I'm gonna go Wyckoff. Haha. More Wyckoff jokes. Our chart's following it on the 1 hour. We've been moving through it very quickly. But it can extend out. There can be, it doesn't have to be, 3 peaks, right? It can be more. What do you determine your support and resistance with your Wyckoff pattern? The support is at, or the low possible support on the Wyckoff is at 158.50. There's also resistance at 162.50. And there's historical supports here as well. I think we bounced off 158.50 yesterday. But this is like the low possible support. This should really be it. The weighted VWAP there. 177.35 right now. Vote passes with 218 votes. Fuck yeah. We're trading at 250 post split. I like it, bipolar bear. Awfully bullish of you. If you were starting all over or a new account with 1,000, what would your move be? July 380 calls, Jan 610? Something completely different and not GME? Up to you, dude. It's just the amendment? I thought that already passed. Am I just getting the same information over and over again? I see. Let me know when the actual bill is getting voted on. 250 post split is bearish? Change my mind. How's that bearish? What? A higher price point post split than we're trading at now? You don't even know the ratio of the split. Did Lauer delete his tweet yet? That was wrong. Seven to one split at 250, and I can retire, so not bearish. So shorts have to buy the shares that are issued in the split, similar to a cash dividend. Yeah. Post split is. Okay. Is it reasonable to think that synthetic counterparties could be complicit in the same sense as XRT's operator saying, sure, you can abuse our ETF and ask for cash instead of recalling shares? Sure, but the shares still need to be settled, even if they take a cash delivery. Heads up, you can't be saying GameStop put out the most bullish news in over a year and the barometer doesn't move up. The barometer is up 1.4 from yesterday, Stefan. I can say whatever I want, and the barometer doesn't have to listen. It works independently for me. Don't ask me about the barometer. I don't control it. It's just there. DRS trying to bump their sales numbers for this quarter again. Cake face. Heads up, you can't be saying GameStop. If I apply for a margin account, but I only use it like a cash account, is this a good way to day trade without having to carry a margin requirement that's greater than the cash I've put in? Sure. As long as it has $25,000 in it. Barometer should be above 7 with last night's news. It was. Then we dipped. The barometer knows all. Keep my barometer out of your mouth. This channel does not reflect the views of this channel. Oh, Jesus. Holy gymnastics. Yeah, seriously. Take everything bad about AMC and then think about how those same thought processes are applied on GameStop. What happens if I'm using a margin account only using the amount of cash I put into account and the account value drops below 25,000? You are subject to pattern day trader restrictions. No more looks at Wyckoff. I posted it in the daily DD. If you were starting all over or a new account with 1,000, what would your move be? You asked me this already, and I told you figure it out. Bean, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Clicking post earnings entries to avoid the crush. I mean, I'm just buying far dated ones because I don't care. If you buy far dated calls, you won't really get crushed. What are you expecting in the next? What was that? Can you give us a time frame what you expect in the next months? Shareholder meeting, vote, short hedge funds drop us to 80. Again, to start covering after announcement. It would be the vote, then the shareholders meeting. It's not kind of hilarious that you could design the worst, least profitable company. It would be a company that combines dying movie theaters during a pandemic with speculative mining. As promised, no FTD. Thanks, dude. Can you show me the Wyckoff while explaining how the barometer works? Oh, Jesus. What's up, man? Will I get a dividend if my shares are marked margin? You should. What are you considered far dated? Leaps? You can look out at like if you look at the options chain, see the like nearer dated calls have higher IV. If you got to like August where the leaps are, they're a little lower around 117. If you got to Jan, they're still about 117 at the money. So I mean, these are slightly lower, 115, 116 at the money. If you got to Jan 24, they'll probably be even lower than that. Yeah, like 110, 111. So if the calls are 90 DTE or more, they'll usually experience less of an IV bump and less IV crush in the event of a earnings call. Can I get your thoughts on Visa? What's it doing? Looks good. 236.51. It's kind of right at this like 223 resistance, just above it. If this breaks up, yeah, the next resistance, the next real resistances are at 230 and 236. This is sort of a similar play to Cat in that it's been channel locked for a while, since this test here. It's decent. Every time it's broken like 200, it's run up to 220. Cat's still just consolidating. Leaps, when do you start getting concerned about creating stop limits? A month or two prior to expiration? I mean, usually you want to look into rolling them or setting your stop limits like 90 days out to avoid like any kind of theta loss. Good entry on AMC. 0. Last week we closed at 190. You said that was a victory. What price do we have to close today to declare another Friday victory? Above 150? 150, I believe, is max pain for today, or it's 145. We double check it. Nope, 150. 155. So anything above 155 for today's expiry is a win. We can still turn around today. It's just slow. Like arbitrage was resolving. Zero GTE is getting sold off. We have stabilized, which is bullish, you know. What do you see as our low till the shareholder meeting? What kind of price action do you expect after this news? Oh, I expect we'll start to climb. Once the split vote is on the table, I think we'll start to climb. Can I get you to look at SLLTF? No, it's got too many letters. Things that I don't want to look at. Shitty $3 SPACs and penny stocks. All of those plays are super undervalued for a reason. It's because they have fundamental issues. And TA is worthless on them because they move purely on speculation. I don't feel like doing the requisite research necessary to figure out if they're actually valuable. It's a big waste of my time. If you're interested in penny stocks, you need to do a lot of fucking research into the companies before you buy into them. And even then, it's a gamble. What did you do to the SPY? Are you selling CCs on it again? How many shares of GME do you think it will take to make me rich? Ballpark number. That depends on what you do with them, right? And if you have 100 shares and you can sell covered calls, you can generate income off of the ownership of their shares. You can use that income to invest in other things, slowly growing wealth over time. If you're just talking about how many shares you'll need to get rich during a short squeeze, I have no idea because nobody could ever tell you how high a short squeeze could go. Have you used a vertical horizontal filter before? No. I don't even know what that is. It sounds amazing. I know the GME FTD data is out. It still has to be analyzed, though. Do we know the date for the shareholder meeting? No. That will come with the date for the vote. Did you news on BBY this morning I might have missed? I guess not on Reg Show yet. Not yet. It could be longer. A couple weeks, probably. Hey, Gurk, I know you said MOASS would be today. I didn't. Just wondering if you could tell what time exactly. Thanks. Uh, is blockchain a glorified append-only spreadsheet? Hmm. Interesting. Nice double bottom on CLVR here. Thoughts on MNMD, psychedelic pharma company? I don't like them. I think it's way too long to approval, and when psychedelic pharmaceuticals are approved, big pharma will just move in and take over. I just picked up a couple July 420s to take my full options portfolio to around 69 contracts. Bullish as fuck. Nice, dude. What happened to Intel Corp? Did it drop? And the market's coming down. Nice price. If you're looking for something extremely long term, Intel looks good for like a 3 to 5 year window. The price right now is not terrible. They're moving into GPUs more. They're building a chip manufacturing plant here in the US, largely funded by the government. Their future looks decent. They wiped out their old board, I think, as far as I know. And I think the new CEO, right? Hopefully somebody pushing for more development and change. And they have fuck tons of money, so they'll never go out of business. They got a bit lethargic over the last few years, but if they're able to turn that around, which they definitely have the capital to do, um, very good long-term investment. Do you have a video on how to sell covered calls? No. It's gonna be different, like the actual action of selling them, or like good ways to sell them. I was gonna do a video covering what they are. Well, I'm working on a video right now covering what they are, how they function, best practices, things like that. Um, I have no intention of doing a video on like how to execute them on individual brokerages. I feel like that's the brokerage's responsibility. Also depends on how each person defines rich. That's true, yeah. Did you fix your mic? You're not dropping out as much. I think so. I still need to adjust it more. Amendment 2 just passed. Amendment 3 will be voted in now. Okay. Yeah, VHF isn't bad. Thoughts on the machine where you hang upside down to straighten your back? Oh, really have any? Seems to me like the same position with more shares. It's gonna cause a share recall, Bones. Lenders are gonna recall shares. If GameStop is over short, as we suspect it is, that share recall will cause a run in price. So if GameStop can squeeze, a split will ensure that it does. Traded on HITI at 10. Look at it now. Jelly yet? Probably not. Is Wyckoff completely out of whack at this point? Nope. Still pretty spot on, actually. Did last night's announcement botch the Wyckoff modeling, or is it still valid? Still valid. We have Gherk daily for free and Ted Lasso occasionally for $5 a month. We're all rich friends. Thank you. Questions are good fed. I was looking towards a $45 entry on INTC. Is that too greedy? You may not get it, but I mean, if the market comes down and we see continued bearish divergence, then a lot of these companies will be able to be entered at a cheaper price. I told my wife to sell CCs on her 1K shares of Sundial. She told me she doesn't believe me and said I'm not her financial advisor. Get fucked, turd. Could you elaborate hypothetically, of course, in the ongoing discussion regarding age-old philosophical question, do puts cost same like shares? Thanks, asking for a friend. I mean, the strike of your put is the strike you can sell shares at. So put same like strike, or put strike same like share? Didn't Intel just read a new erasable chip? Just design a new erasable chip? I have no idea. I don't really follow them that closely. I know a bit about their corporate structure and their earnings, but I don't really pay attention to their like data. I'm not invested in them, so I don't really pay attention to their day-to-day updates. I have a price target to buy in around like 42. So if it goes that low, then I'll buy some. Teaches technical analysis. I do all the time. Chocolate or vanilla? Chocolate or vanilla what? By breaking 450, not so good, right? Nope. Pretty shitty, honestly. How go from 190 to 174-ish? People sold off 0 DTEs, dropping the positive delta hedge. They bought puts and shorted it. So, all those things. Jesus Christ, how many times am I going to get asked about Wyckoff a day? It's just one of many forms of analysis. It's accurate. People are only asking me about it because it ends in a big arrow to the upside. We have a higher low than we were at yesterday. Bullish. What's so complicated about it goes up and down for a while? Tap back under 220. Interesting. Wonder if it gets stopped out. Probably not. I'll have to buy some more. Jesus, it's already exceeded its float and volume. I'm sure I know the answer, but I'd love to hear it. Bullish on a stock split? Yep. The lender doesn't announce they're doing a share recall. They contact the lendee and they say, we're recalling our shares. You have this amount of time to return them, or we will force buy-in. Usually they give them a couple days to maintain relationships, but it's an immediate recovery of their shares. Put my TA to the test and picked up 100 BBY at 222.26 on the last dip that bottomed out at 222.25. Thanks, Girk, for the direction. Nice, dude. Still don't know what a Carly Ray is. A Carly Ray is a bullish reversal that falls into a support and then bounces. No, it's not. I mean, it's just an inverse head and shoulders, or the latter 2/3 of an inverse head and shoulders. Still don't understand how people don't understand what lower highs and higher lows means. It's confusing. So shorts would have to buy shares at market price. Yeah. Okay. Dark pool orders still print to the lit exchange. It doesn't matter if they use dark pools. It's not like dark buying in the dark pool is not like buying it, what's a good way to explain this? Hold on, let me think. Um Buying in dark pools is the equivalent of like using the self-checkout at a store instead of waiting in line to be checked out. You're still buying the shit from the same store, right? Maybe you're just doing it a little faster. It's not like you're meeting a dude on Craigslist to get the item and he only takes cash, right? It's what percentage of plays do you lose money on? I haven't done it for this year, but last year it was like 24%, roughly. And it was like 24% and change for losers. That's why you manage risk. You make sure that your losers don't lose too hard. Although last year was a very good year for everybody. So when the Wyckoffs, well, the Wyckoff, then Wyckoff with the fuck off. Guys, this has been the best week ever. Thanks, Hestia, Hearth Tender of the Middle West. Trying to move the final 69 shares out of Tasty, and Akats has failed 3 times. They must really want to see my 69 go to 420. That's weird. Are you sure you're doing it right? Are you putting in like a wrong account number? Call them and find out why it's not transferring. You shouldn't have to attempt it more than once. Generally, if it gets rejected, it's because you put in something wrong. Do you own their shares on margin? But I steal half my groceries when I do self-checkout. Okay, sure. You probably shouldn't be letting everyone know about that. Crispy Bonaducci, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Thanks for the dedication, everything you do for the people. Riku, thank you, Critical Hits. I appreciate it, man. How's it a bad analogy? It's a great analogy. Fuck you. Even better so because the store does the inventory checks on those registers at the end of the day. It's super applicable. Are you gonna buy more BBY calls? Probably. I only sold my Augusts. I still have my leaps. Why do large institutional block orders make up larger intraday price swings? Well, when we have large institutional block orders, they do make up large intraday price swings. GameStop has some of the most volatile price swings of any stock intraday. We don't frequently have large institutional block orders. You generally spend long periods of time where mostly the stock is just shorted and small numbers of FTDs are covered throughout the day. They're also diffused, either through multiple purchases over time, or multiple dark pools. Institutional buy-ins are all about like breaking apart the initial buy-in. So say their target is 10 million shares, right? They want to break that buy-in up into several small buy-ins over time so that the price stays relatively the same. Because if they bought all those shares at once, they would have slippage, right? As the price, if they did a market order, as the price climbs higher and higher. So they would end up with far less than 10 million shares for the same amount of money, or they would have to spend far more money to get the same amount of shares. GME, same like full-time job. It can be. Would it be more like buying groceries from a guy that's standing outside the store? You give him your list, he runs it and gets it and tells you the total. Sure. They vent about Kramer. He needs to keep AMD out of his mouth. He's been on AMD for a long time. Infinite money glitch. I slap the ask on CERN, 90p. My port goes green because I own so many. You're the single largest 90 put shareholder on CERN. Did CLVR develop a triple top? It's just consolidating. It has higher lows. It's consolidating, waiting for the vote. So this is just like stagnation on news, right? Once the vote's released, it'll break out of consolidation probably. It may slip, but there's not much room to the downside. You'll see this happen on like the SPY if you trade the SPY when they're waiting on like Fed announcements and things like that. It's not even really consolidation. It's mostly chop. Buy side may be a little stronger on this because there is a lot of speculative upside. Retail can vote whether their shares are DRS'd or not. Absolutely. I've transferred out in batches 3 times already. This is the final batch. I would just call them. Sure, they could announce the split next week. Back to INTC. It's still actively dropping. Is there some news we missed? The market's coming down? Did you miss that? Market's pretty red today. Are debit spreads bad right now because of IV? This depends on how far out you sell them. You can dodge some of the near-term IV by selling them further out. Like out past the IV 30. The SoundCloud, it can be found in the Discord and the music channel. Yeah, they could announce it this month. They could announce it today if they want to. So they in fact really need to cover their obligations. The only way they could get through without covering their obligations, unless the worst is true and there is no excessive short interest on GameStop. So outside of that, which is, I mean, we don't have the data, so it's always a possibility, right? But outside of that, the only way to get through the split, without having to cover would be if lenders took on the liability, but then the lenders would have to cover, so covering would still occur. And lenders will never do this, right? Like they'll just recall shares. Even if the lenders are like carrying the bags, I mean they'll still have to cover the liability. So it doesn't matter. I'm so excited I can puke. What are you, 5? Attention grocery stealer. Not only are self-checkouts all on camera, but the FBI is always listening. Can you confirm female body inspector here? I mean, Kramer's just bought and paid for. He was a very, very good hedge fund manager. He had excellent returns. Um, but he's just complicit in pumping and dumping shit and helping with short and distort strategies. It's easier to think of him as like a dawdling old boomer and he's definitely a little crazy, but um yeah, he's just bought and paid for. Confirmed shill. 10 shares at 100 a share will become 30 shares at 333. 3333. What? 10 shares at 100 a share will become 30 shares. Oh, if it's a 3-to-1 split. It's not a 3-to-1 split, though. Ooh, big short. Is the bill not passing? Or did the final amendment not get ratified? Or are they just trying to scare people out of their calls? Even if there's not a massive hidden short position, isn't the current 25% enough to give at least somewhat of a squeeze? Oh, yeah. Final vote happening now. Okay, so they're just trying to scare people off. I like seeing shorts desperate like that. It's a good feeling. If the shorts do not return the borrowed shares by 4 p.m., does that spike the borrow rate? It brings up the overnight rate. Yeah, if they carry the short positions overnight. I don't know if it's 4 p.m. they have to be returned by, but it's like close of business. Where's the FOMO from the split? Internalized, most likely. I mean, we have decent volume, 8.27 million. With the current reported SI, how do you think GME will go with just covering? It could run pretty hard in the event of a recall. And you're talking about a quarter of the float. With just if it's just the 25%, you're still talking about a quarter of the float and just solid buy volume, which would be nuts. Is the barometer for GME only or all pickles picks? It's just I think it's just a measure of my general bullishness overall. What would it take to get one cooking stream? Me setting up a studio in my kitchen to record a cooking stream. The likelihood of that happening, 0. That was probably the best time to open a short position in GME. Interesting. How are futures and forwards affected by a share dividend? Futures, not really. Forwards would be affected because they have a deliverable asset. So, that asset would split and thus the liability would fall into the short party to satisfy the difference. We already got him cooking espresso. That's a small victory. That's true. Don't dox your kitchen. I'm purely baked. That makes this a baking channel. I don't know about that, Sarah. Could we compromise and you stream cooking simulator and VR instead? No. I don't like VR that much. At least its current iterations. That's another item I own that I never use. I have like a Quest 2. It's just I've used it like twice since I bought it. When you first got this way and you saw the opportunity to make money and then maybe more after that, did you ever imagine you would make all these friends and do good on top? Not at all. Frankly, when I started this stream, I assumed that nobody would want to watch it. Guess I was wrong. Girk last cooking stream with Martha Stewart before she was busted for insider trading. Yeah, options chain sold off. Ivy keeping people out. What do you think about opening 1 CC for Jan 2024 to get out of 3 CCs that are otherwise trapped? If it gets you out, I mean, is that the only option? That seems really far away. I feel like you could sell nearer dated ones to get out. The worst part about assignment on a CC is that you just have to eat it, right? I mean, it's not like you're gonna go broke getting assigned. It's not great. It creates a taxable event, but I mean, you must be pretty far fucking underwater if you have to sell a January 2024 to get enough credit to get out. Did you like sell like 150s or something before the run? Sylvia bounced bullish. Thoughts on Tell? Been watching a paper trading for the past 2 weeks. I think you had me look this up the other day, Kyle. And its bounce still looks pretty solid. I assume they're a SPAC. Eh. My problem, I think my problem with this one, and it still is that the range is just kind of shitty. Like, upward resistance is at 728, which isn't phenomenal, right? It's not that it looks bad for a move to the upside, it's just there's not a lot of move to the upside. You can play it with shares, and it's like 50% gain by fucking an obscene number of shares to get leverage. Unsubbed, unwatched, and unlearned everything. I'm just not set up for it right now. My kitchen's like 2 feet wide. I don't have any room for like a camera and stuff in there. Would you consider everyone that wants to hate watch it? No. That was the biggest surprise of all. You would think offering an educated opinion and valid data on a stock wouldn't create a lot of animosity. You'd be surprised. Although, to be fair, I think it's mostly my personality that creates the animosity. You have my heart. I'll take a screenshot of you and put it in a locket and then give that to my daughter. Thanks, Heath Dill. My port is entirely CERN puts, BBBY, $80 leaps, and 680s. Would you consider that diversified? I mean, you've got different things there. There's no way your bull meter has gone down today. I mean, I guess it has. The price of the stock has gone down. I should probably update Reddit at some point. Bullish. Look at shorts trying to stop the breakout. Pathetic. Fly to me, my tendies. Do you remember when there were less than 100 subscribers and you talked about how your friend is going to help you stream properly? Also, what's VWAP? My friend never did. But I have new people that try to help me stream properly. I'll admit that their efforts are unrewarding but appreciated. Amazon is New York City. In New York City, workers won unionization. Cool. Good for them. Got my 15-year-old daughter a Gherk face tattoo for her birthday. She's kind of an edgelord. Weird. Like, is it just my face on her face? That's very strange. I don't like that. Unsubbed. He didn't DRS CLVR shares. I don't own any CLVR shares. Unliked, unlistened, unsimped. Wow. That's really hurtful. Trash. Greg told me you could stream from his Dan kitchen at Wendy's. Freg doesn't associate with Dan's. He's better than that. He's better than all of us. Cell phone gimbal equals video camera stabilizer. Boom, done, problem solved. I only know what one of those words you said was. No, for a lot of people, unless you're full bull on GME all the time, then you're a shill. But I am full bull on GME. I would argue that I'm one of the most bullish on GME. Gherkin's air fryer makes sweet magical entrees tonight at 8 p.m. That'll never happen. Sell to open, close to buy. Thanks for opening my eyes. Buy to close? Could be worse. You could be holding AMC. Oh, thank God. I mean, I would have sold at 70, without a doubt. Except for that AMC I still have that I can't sell. But that's another story. It's okay. I'll just hold it to 0 and write it off on my taxes. You stream good? Thanks. It's the logo. Friendometer remains volatile today. I'll update you later. Thanks, Rims and Tims. Thanks, JFresh. Sorry if I missed this earlier. Is the split going to be paid for by those short the stock when the split occurs? Anything over short the stock, yes. When I come to New York, I'm going to pigeon whale, re-queue in the middle of Central Park. Will you hear me like the horn of the Viking warrior calling for battle? I don't know. Sounds dramatic. Sorry, Emma. Any mention of even thinking GME price will go down equals shill. I know. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with being called a shill. It doesn't bother me. I I love the direct hatred, frankly. What kind of bullshit is this Clover? Just stuff going on. Relax. Isn't a air fryer just a fancy way of saying toaster oven? Toaster oven with a fan in it. Given that I own $5 calls on CLVR, I probably don't think that $5 CCs are safe, right? Mikos? How does it feel knowing you own more AMC than the CEO of the company? More than the CFO. I think Adam Aaron still has like 1 million or 2 million shares left. He hasn't gotten a good enough pump to dump them yet. If CCs are now off the menu, will you be doing more CSP next week? I'll probably do some today. If we can come up off of this floor a little bit so I don't feel like it's so risky. Maybe I'll just sell them below 165. How much are they? Like if $100 each, yeah, it's like barely worth it right now. Maybe next week. Next week, 50, 750, 600 each. That's not bad. I might sell some for next week. More past. Awesome. My subwoofer goes nuts whenever you get close to the mic. Turn it down? Nobo being non-objecting beneficial owners versus objecting? No. I also don't care. Isn't toaster oven just another way to say toaster? Update Reddit? I guess. I mean, I feel like I told them kind of what I expected to happen this morning, and it's kind of happened. Yeah, fuck it. Why not? Sometimes I feel like I just don't have anything to say. And the update is a waste of time. Both mine and theirs for checking 5,000 times a day. Like when the stock was more active, it made more sense. But when it's just fucking keep up the good work. Curious, when was the last time you went to Katz's Deli? Oh, it's been a while. That place has kind of turned into a tourist trap. It's still pretty good. It's not as good as it used to be when I was like younger, but I mean that could just be like rose tinted glasses, right? But it's just overpriced and not that great. And so I don't really go there too often anymore. Also, eating like fucking 1 pound stacks of pastrami is disgusting. Can we rest? Castles like Kiji's anus post MOASS never closes. Ew. Thanks, AM. You're talking about crow pie. Is this an actual form of cuisine, or does it reflect his gluttonous, indiscriminate appetite? I think it was like something people ate during the Depression. Update Reddit saying you have nothing to say, and the update is a waste of time. I was expecting more short hedge fund panic, like at least one small one closing out or something. No, shorts never close. Russ and Daughters is good, yeah. Crazy awesome company website Stonker Tracker says there's 0 shares available to borrow. That website's wildly inaccurate a lot of the time. It updates slow. It's got weird FTD data that makes no sense, or ETF data that makes no sense. I can't really recommend their data as being reliable. What are the alternatives to cats? Asking for a friend. Oh, in Manhattan, not a lot, but there's a few places out in Brooklyn. There's Sarge's, which is really good. That's in Manhattan. I would probably prefer that to cats. If CLVR passed the house, why no ups? Give it time. Jesus. Fucking Christ. I bought calls that are like a year out. This is what we know about CLVR. It has an over short position, overextended short position. On its recent dip, it had silver delta sensitivity spikes. The stock was shorted under those delta sensitivity spikes due to the fear of the price running into naked call options, which means that there is lots of pressure that needs to be relieved. Some of it relieved on the run to $4, but not all of it. For a stop limit, do you usually set your limit price slightly below the stop price? Yeah, I mean, largely depending on the volatility of the stock. If the stock is more volatile, I will set it wider. Especially for options. If you're using a stop limit for options, you already want it a little wider because the bid ask in options is much wider than the underlying. There's no crime. This is just zero DTs being sold out and a little bit of shorting. It's not even excessive shorting. So do we need to wait until Jimmy makes an official stocks announcement before lenders start recalling? Or do you think the announcement will come soon in the next few weeks? I think the announcement will come soon in the next few weeks. And then lenders won't likely recall until they need to vote. Like, lenders aren't going to start recalling. It's not like a process of like, it's just a recall. It's very quick. And they usually do it before they have to vote, if they want to vote, which they may not. They may just let it pass, right? Like, usually they only recall shares if they want to vote against something being passed. Usually if they're for it, they'll and it stands a good chance of passing, they'll just let it slide, and then they will recall before the split if that is the case. Some corporate actions can cause a recall for the vote, especially if it's something that's not favorable for the company. But a stock split is favorable for longs, and so longs are generally not super incentivized to vote on it, assuming that it will just pass. Just to confirm, the stock split wasn't an April Fool's joke. No, it was a 8K filed with the SEC. Do you think Citadel got caught off guard? Who knows? Flat Jamie is screaming for me to sell a covered call. Risky. I would say it's risky until the late afternoon, and then a little less risky. But don't forget that, there can be exposure Monday and Tuesday. We're way above max pain. I want money now, Dad. I'm sorry. Yeah, I live in Manhattan. Can you explain all of the Greeks? It's a island in Eastern, well, a country, several islands in Eastern Europe. Alpha is the most important because it's first. Thoughts on XRT having 650% short interest? That's not the short interest number on XRT is, it's a short interest percent of float. And as the float increases or decreases in size, that number jumps exponentially. Short interest on ETFs doesn't work the same way as it does on a stock. Hey, Bud, regarding the date of record for dividends, is the position recorded at the beginning of the day or the end of the day? I'm not sure. You'd have to look that up. That's not something I've ever given a shit about. GFAT. Yeah, you'd have to check. I have no idea what the recording process is. I would imagine after the votes are registered, right? So whatever the final time is for the votes to be collected on the date of record. Oh, you're talking about for dividends. Sorry, I was thinking about what you were talking about for the vote. Dividends. I think it's after market close, but don't quote me on that. I do think it's after market close. I would double check that because I'm not confident that's correct, but it makes more sense. Jimmy looks like a dead snake. Not a bad idea, Kyle. Amount of shares available to be borrowed leads me to believe that they're not able to short GME any further than this. BBY fail to delivers out. Yeah, they're out. We still have to analyze them against their ETF FTDs and see what the spikes in FTDs look like compared to the previous data. Maybe by Sunday we'll have all the information together. If institutions lend out shares, can they no longer sell covered calls? Yes, they can. They can do both. I FOMO'd into some April 8th 170s down 500. Ugh. If we hit 190, weren't they up this morning at market open? Why didn't you sell them when they were up? If we hit 190, 200, I'm good, but do you think we consolidate next week or retest 165? We could consolidate to the downside. I think we're going to have some upside at the beginning of next week. Probably another move up. I mean, we should. I mean, you're in the money now, aren't you? But you're down 500. Another move up could stabilize your position, but you're gonna have theta decay working against you, Ty or Ty. So remember, the more theta decay shaved off the value of that contract, the more the stock is gonna have to go up to put it back in the money. Message you on friends. Okay. Yeah, let me know if you find out. I would also like to know the last possible time to buy shares for the dividend, or for the split. Pass the House, now onto the old, outdated, useless Congress. You mean Senate? I bet we repeat an after hours jump. Why? Two X my account this week with your help. Let's fucking go. Fuck yeah, dude. Awesome. I already analyzed them. Nothing remarkable. GME, ETFs, and BBBY. I don't have BBBY ETF list. Oh, Turd has it. JFresh. How have we not MOASSed yet? Well, it takes time. Dip before the Brit. It's like no one watched the stream last night where I answered these questions 5 million times. How do you feel about the 210 inverting? That's not a good signal. I mean, for the market, it's bad. I upped my VIX hedge a little bit. I mean, that's all I really need to do, right? How do you tell IV is high? IV 30 compared to contract IV? You can just look at the IV 30. The IV 30 is elevated. What do you think of this consolidation at 174? It's higher than 158 yesterday. That's what we want, right? Higher lows. There was a stream last night. I looked for one, but I couldn't find it. Yeah, I posted it in the Discord. If you guys aren't like part of the Discord, you should be, at least in order to get notifications. Like when I when I post things there, because that's probably like the best source, or my Twitter if I remember to tweet. Is there gonna be a stock split? Don't think you've answered that yet. Sunky Gaming 5-head play announced split yesterday to have hedge funds exhaust money on shorting today. Then Monday announced GME Entertainment for Chad Giga Gamma Ramp. Could be. I mean, I don't know how many calls are going to get exercised today. Institutionally, probably some, because a lot of them are pretty deep in the money. I bought $200 zero DTs this morning based on that kid's 243 plum feeling. I can sue him, right? No. Also, just kidding. I'm an idiot and I'm not approved for options. Should I be holding on to zero DTE 190 calls? I'm like break even right now. Did they look bullish? If you feel the need to ask me that question, like you probably already know the answer, right? Jesus fucking Christ. You know the hardest thing about this is even when I'm right, I'm still wrong because people don't think I'll be right, and then they do the opposite. I'm like, hey guys, zero DTEs are a super shitty idea. Maybe don't think about doing those. And then everyone like halfway through the day is like, so I YOLO'd into some zero DTEs this morning and I'm feeling the burn. It was so Jack last night. I left my resignation on my desk. But now it sounds like it's gonna be a little while. I work from home, so I have to clean it up myself. I've got a zero DTE 190cc. We can both close at the same time. Should I be holding on to zero DT 250 calls? They were up a lot many days ago, but now are almost worthless. What happened? The price went down. No, I didn't YOLO into zero DTEs this morning. I slowly closed out some covered calls. And that was it. It's literally what I said yesterday, like 5 o'clock. We'll go. Remember when James Rowland created the Wyckoff method in 1931? Why do you all insist on driving Dad insane? I drew more lines. I think CLVR will break out of a triangle soon. It's in like a descending wedge right now, sort of a bit. But yeah, well, I sold my zero DT this morning at 18 that I bought for 690. Then I took some of those profits, bought 510s, BBBY, and CLVR, plus 1K liquid for the playtime next week. Hugs. Nice, dude. I YOLO'd $1 billion into zero DTEs 200C. Am I safe? JK, Fidelity doesn't let me buy zero DTEs. Three days of 400K FTD for BBY in the first half of March report. High, not high enough. Latest you can buy extra shares prior to the split. Or will this be announced in the actual confirmation of the split? Or is there a way to find out? It'll be announced in the actual confirmation of the split and the split date. Again. So they will announce a date on which the split will occur. And that day will be the final day to buy shares for the split. Or well, the day before that day. No, they can't give stocks for synthetic shares. Don't worry, nobody owns any synthetic shares if they've been in your brokerage account. Contrary to popular belief. The real share, fake share nonsense is mostly FUD. I don't know why you repeated that, Olga. I read it the first time. I called this dip too. No one listened to me, but I called it. Are we bullish or bearish on the latest FTD data? I mean, it shouldn't be too impressive. But I don't know. I don't think it's finished being analyzed. We still need to check the ETFs for BBBY. JFresh said nothing outstanding, really. What do you mean this is a dip you don't understand? What's that horse shit, Carl? You think it'll dip a while to the split day? I mean, we're way over max pan, so there'll be some gamma exposure next week. Yesterday, you showed us charts of what happened to other companies who announced the intent to split. Is Jimmy a major outlier for this type of announcement? Not really. I mean, it can. Usually, a stock split announcement will push the price up, but not necessarily right away. Also, those other companies, those are the announcement of the split, not the intent to split at a future time. They're also Google and Amazon, not GameStop. Nothing too outstanding. So you think that's bad news for near-term BBBY movement? More time to load up? GMCC2, nothing. CNS, CNS, CNS. Look at you, turd. Do you still think we have MOASS still? I still think the potential for a short squeeze is higher now than before yesterday's news. Was the dividend going to be our big payoff? I mean, you can buy back in after the split. If we squeeze before. right? What happens to swaps during a split? Do they have any fundamental change? Or do they just operate the same but with a different share count? I mean, the short side would still have to make up the difference, right? About zero DTE calls based off the bolometer. This indicator is wrong. It's not an indicator. I also don't even control it. It's arbitrarily controlled by some other party. CLBR support at 280. We'll see. I'm not really super concerned with CLVR's price right now. It didn't rip on the announcement of the bill passing, but it still has compounded, like, over leveraged short positions. So I'm just waiting. When I call Fidelity this morning, they would tell me where to set my options prices to guarantee that I made money. Your financial advice is way better than theirs. I don't give any financial advice. They can. They're one of your fiduciaries. Do you have any guess at when the split would be? After the shareholders meeting? IV% on weeklies is too high for me to roll my CC in a favorable manner. You can roll it out instead of trying to roll it up. If there's a split and a share recall and no squeeze, were we wrong? Probably. Conceptually, the higher the dividend split ratio, the higher the squeeze price can go. I short hedge funds will have to locate and buy more and more shares at the higher split ratio, correct? Yes. Driving the price of those shares up. He's talking about the shares they have to buy if they're short the stock. But yeah, Debrasco's also right because the price of the shares remains the same, but then they're going to the market and buying those shares, right? And so if they're buying larger quantities of them, I mean, yeah, I guess relatively because of efficient market hypothesis, then sure. Loose butt. Look at that. I have a disclaimer in the description of the video. Sitting bull. Also, I don't manage anybody's positions, so I can't be a fiduciary. I can't offer financial advice because I have no control over the management of their money. I actually named you my fiduciary in my will and gave you my power of attorney. I'm unaware of this. With the timing of the split, would covering and share recall potentially superimpose over an expected June cycle, or did this delayed cycle throw it off? I mean, if the next cycle is also delayed, it would be in June as well. Are you bullish about this stock dividend? I also have April 14, 190 calls. When would you sell? I probably would have sold them when they were worth money this morning. Took profits on CLVR. Looks like there will be another entry opportunity. We'll see if that was dumb or not. I think we see 160s again before we see more upside. We could 165-ish. Is Uncle Bruce a fiduciary for $400? He lives in Canada, I think, right? So I don't know what their laws are regarding that. Makes me mad when I see folks trying to entrap others. That one makes me. That one may have been unintentional, though. Probably. I also willed you my fancy speedos and jockstraps. My death will be a good day for you, sir. Fantastic, Ghost of Dan. Check DMs. I sent you the logins to my brokerage accounts. I don't want them. Jimmy on top, CLVR on the bottom. This is Jimmy right here. Sure, Matthias. I don't know if they're happening at the same time or not. Probably not. I think it's time we actually start an ETF to get securities lending data. That'd be cool. But Turd, how long are we going to go owning the ETF before we appoint an AP that abuses it? And then what do we do? Do we turn down the free money? We're like, no, don't do that on our ETF. Because we can't really stop them, right? Like the ETF managers are like sort of powerless. Either powerless or complicit. I think the parking lot REIT's a better idea. And we can still get securities lending data. I think this is said every week, but please remind me not to YOLO on weeklies again. You need millions of dollars of capital to start an ETF. You need an ISDA. I met a guy in Minneapolis that worked for a parking lot company that was owned by the Vatican. Parking lot godly. Thanks, Jim. Again, if you could please stop mixing up my work and stream, I'd appreciate it. This is my safe space outside of parking. I understand parks cars. Abuse of power? You rang? Visceral Records Dan's live. Ross is Dan now. You became a Dan? I thought you wanted to be a mod. Why is it sometimes buy the rumor, sell the news? But with CLVR, it's buy the news. I'm buying fundamentals and market mechanics on CLVR. The news is just an addendum to that. Easy to do post MOASS. What? Oh, the ISDA. Wouldn't it be better to receive cash equivalent dividends? Otherwise, they could just show you have more stocks, or they could start racking up more FTDs. Wouldn't both cause a squeeze? No, because you just pay a cash dividend. It doesn't require any buying of the underlying. I read on SS that an Australian broker would automatically sell a dividend awarded stock and recompensate the owner with cash. Wouldn't that create liquidity to cover through dark pools or short hedge funds? Sure. I've never heard of that, but I don't also invest in Australia, so I don't know. Gree doing a thing? Odd. Would any party want to bum the price to 200 so they can get weeklies in the money? I don't know if they'd want to bump the price. Bump? They don't really hurt the squeeze potential. There's just more risk of losing money. Are we still exactly on track for Wyckoff? Yeah. There are people that buy in the money CCs to collect premiums and then also get money for the shares they make. And how much would someone get flogged if they did that? Sell in the money CCs? Tesla's a different scenario. And GameStop split is modeled, as far as we know, like all other splits. So the best strategy is to go on vacation until the week of April 11th and chill. If you want to. I don't know if that's the best strategy. Jimmy squeeze likely before June. More likely than after it. I think we'll see a retest of 160, or we'll hold this level 170 level. Does it depend on where the SPY goes? Our next resistance to the downside is 165. That's also where gamma neutral is. Someone spent 500,000 on bearish bets this morning. It wasn't huge money. April 14th still valid? For what? If you're asking about your call that you held through the dip today, it's probably worthless now. If we continue to follow Wyckoff, our next high should be lower, right? Say you sell a covered call at a $20 strike, collect the premium, and then get assigned. Would you get the premium plus the money you make from the sale of the shares? Yes. But the money you make from the sale of the shares is $20 a share. Earlier question kind of touched on my uneducated thought that they slam the price into the record date and then give me the cash equivalent value during the split instead of driving us up. Okay, sure. I've, I mean, I've never heard of not just receiving the shares from a split and receiving cash equivalent value. Sounds like FUD. Like bullshit DRS FUD. RC is shorting us again. We're not even being shorted. We're just flat. Like maybe a little shorting, but very little. So CLVR no moon. Not today. But to be fair, I didn't buy it for today. It would have been cool if it took off because of the vote. We've been at the same price point since 10:23 this morning for the most part. Still up from yesterday. Pretty sure we opened at 189 also. Right? 188. GME time frame we're using right now? It's the 1 minute. Doesn't look like anything. What's going on with CLVR? Why is it a play? It popped up on my scanner. They were shorting the delta sensitivity spikes in the stock. It's got some other shit going on, like something got the Moore bill got passed through Congress. Yeah, I don't really expect much for today on GameStop. We might go up into the later half of the afternoon, maybe like 174-ish. Maybe back to VWAP, 177. I can make this look more dramatic if you want. What do you think would be a good entry point to buy more shares? Probably at or cheaper than the ones you already own. I spoke to a Fidelity rep today. He said if you're on a margin account, there's nothing you need to do to receive a stock dividend. You would not receive cash in lieu of the dividend. Oh, cool. I wasn't sure if they received the dividend because if you're buying shares with margin, they own them, technically. How much cheaper do you think I'll be able to scoop up shares of GME? Well, right now, our local floor is 158.50. You're gonna release your SPD Delta scanner later? Short pickle Delta scanner? No? Last time you said that you were going to celebrate the news of the split. What's your drink of choice? I had a 2 gin and tonics and a 7 and 7, which wasn't very good. Can RC and the Insiders still buy? Yep. What are indications that Wyckoff Phase D is coming to an end? Tighter accumulation? A narrower range of consolidation? Check Turd's DM. Goodies? A stock loan that is open over the dividend record date can have adverse tax consequences to the lender. The dividend can lose preferential qualified dividend tax rates, which would increase tax rate from 15 to 38%. In addition, the dividend no longer qualifies for individual dividends received against deduction DRD against corporate income. Some lenders, such as pension funds, are tax exempt and thus indifferent to these tax consequences, while others, such as retail brokerages, are sensitive to dividend taxes and in response can reduce loan supply. Fuck yes. Yeah, I agree. For example, Fidelity suggested that it could recall dividend paying shares prior to the record date to avoid increasing dividend tax rates to the owners of the stock. The data used in this study identify the tax sensitivity of each lender, which I exploit to examine how short selling costs vary with lenders' exposure to dividend taxation. Nice. Yeah, it's. I didn't really think about the tax angle on that. Nice find, Turd. Makes sense. Everyone says I'm a sociopath for enjoying gin and tonics. Have you tried elderflower tonic with those G&Ts? Yeah, I've had that before. There's only one Plymouth gin. The rest are London gins. Interesting. Gimlet greater than a gin and tonic. A gin martini greater than a gimlet. The Fidelity agent also told me you can choose which securities in your account can be used for margin collateral. Yeah. Yeah, you can have a margin account and have your shares be cash. As long as you're not buying those shares on margin. Dry vermouth and the taste of olives does not sound appetizing. Have you tried dumpster water? No? What would happen next week if they will announce a stock split today? They're not going to. Relax. At the earliest, the stock will not split until after the shareholders meeting, which is in June at some point. I have a feeling we can get along in real life, but not like each. Similar taste in a lot of things. I feel like that would mean we wouldn't get along. I'm sorry if you've talked about this already, but isn't a stock split going to increase our liquidity after the split? Yeah. Very bullish pre-split. Post-split, technically post-split, there's like a T plus whatever window. You know, it's either T plus 9 plus 35 or T plus 2 plus 35 window, which the stock could still squeeze in because those obligations need to be made up. But generally speaking, yes, the liquidity provided by a split is not good for a short squeeze. Think they will actually announce the split date. They will make it 2 to 3 weeks out, like Tesla, to force all the recalls to happen quickly. I mean, the split date would be announced at the shareholders meeting upon the approval of the vote for the split. I bet the meeting will be 6/9. Yeah, probably. That's what it was last year. Is June same as April 14? No. I just ordered Chipotle. I wanted to let you know. Good luck to your butt. Don't feel bad about people not listening to you about this dip. I cannot convince my friend of 29 years to wait till an hour in today. He wanted those after hours shares at 191. Thanks for all you do. No problem, man. Strategically, would it be more advantageous to launch the NFT platform before or after the split dividend? Before. It would be before anyway, because the split would come. Everyone needs to stop calling it a split dividend. The split would come after after the end of quarter 2. So I mean, if they maintain their schedule of releasing the NFT marketplace before the end of quarter 2, the split would come after that. Are there any examples of a squeeze resulting from share recalls from a split? Tesla recently. Nvidia had a short position cleared out moving into its split. I will not be going to Texas for any reason, ever. Especially not to hang out at some warehouse for 15 minutes with a bunch of fucking weirdos from Reddit. Silvio borrow rate at 58.858%. Yep. How come when I look at the Tesla chart, I don't ever see it hitting 2000? Well, they're going to split the stock again, so it's definitely not. The videos from last year's meeting were so cringe. I agree. No, I don't think there's going to be any NFT tokens along with the shares. I'd give you a whole box of spaghetti, Garrick. Thanks, man. AMD do a fucking split and shake these shorts already? Ah. You'll get used to the shorts on AMD. They're not so violent as the GameStop ones. Do you still think it will bounce to 200 today? No? Did I say we'd bounce to 200? You're saying still think. I don't think I ever thought that. If we bottomed out around 185, it was possible. I think we can still bounce into the end of the day. I think 200 might be a bit of a stretch. How long did it take for you to get good at making money in the stock market? I'm feeling really down right now about how far I haven't come in almost a year. I'm so far from being competent. I mean, I already knew how to make money in the stock market from school and work before I started trading my own capital. What I didn't really know how to do was trade. So I had to learn how to trade. And so you've got more to learn, right? Like you still need to learn the fundamentals. You need to learn fundamental analysis. Um, you need to learn technical analysis. You need to practice them. You need to learn how to use them together. Then you need to learn, derivatives if that's something you're interested in. Um, it's quite a lot. It's definitely something that you need to learn over time. I wouldn't feel bad about not being very good at it after a year. That's not a huge amount of time to have invested in it. There's a be wary of the Dunning-Kruger effect. So if you're feeling like you know nothing and you're bad at it, you're probably further along than you think. Um, Especially if you've been dedicating time and practice to it. Yeah, Fidelity's slower to increase their borrow rate, Stefan. What about long-term IV drop? I mean, that's fine, right? As long as I'm getting long-term share growth. Thoughts on lentil pasta? It's a travesty. It's like pineapple pizza. What did it feel like having people ask the same 5 questions all day? Fine. So because of the extra liquidity from a split, MOASS, if such a thing is possible, is theoretically only possible in the weeks leading up to a split. A squeeze is more likely before the split than after. A post-split scenario would reduce the likelihood for a squeeze after the potential FTD window. So T plus 9 plus 35 days after the split, if nothing has occurred from that point forward, the likelihood of a squeeze would be significantly lower. You also need to learn options as a strategic investment. That comes later, but yeah. Should I apply for the investment team at my school, which uses university endowments to invest in a value portfolio? Do you think it would help and be beneficial? Yeah, absolutely. It's I think it's better to learn value investing and fundamental analysis before you trade. Like it doesn't matter which way you learn it, but it does help. Get the black market and in-game auction houses. What? What's the bid ask spread? It's about 45 cents right now at the money. So most can happen pre or post stock split. I mean, if they can find a way to package up their liability and push it out for Reg T, then yeah, they can always use the Reg Share time machine to buy themselves a little bit more time. Or just get a goldfish to pick your stocks for you and outperform the NASDAQ. I don't think it takes much to outperform Wall Street bets. Forbes has a cover with Ken Griffin. Makes sense. He made $7 billion last year playing volatility in the market. What was the best place to paper trade? TDA, I think, now is the best platform for paper trading. Do you have any expectations for next week? T+2 could be a little spicy because we're so high above max pain. Max pain at 155 right now. And we're up for the day, so positive hedge. Positions are gonna so you know, it's just more repositioning of longs, right? Longs sold out the peak this morning. They're gonna reposition at this higher price point for more upside. This is Wyckoff, right? Like that's what we're looking for. We're looking for long movement, right? Like they're, you know, they get out here, they buy in here, they get out here, they buy in here, they get out here, they buy in bigger here. And then, you know, that's on the option side. And then the long position is, you know, buying the dips, like the equity position, long equity positions are buying these dips up. That's why our volume's staying relatively high. We're just looking for higher lows, which we're kind of seeing, right? Connect. It's not really very straight. Should probably just use the line tool. And we're really looking for lower highs, but we did get a higher high here. This, I don't know if the, you know, after hours run from like market makers or whatever is really sufficient to call this a second or the actual SOS, even the price point is higher. I still think it's in the consolidation phase just because of our immediate price drop, right? And so, I mean, we could adjust this for price movement just to fit the range, but really ultimately we're just looking for the price to do exactly what it's doing, which is go up and down in a narrower and narrower range. I mean, there's some internalization. Dark pool volume's a little elevated today. I think 55% when I checked earlier. Hey, Trina. You're bullish on the U.S. soccer team facing England and potentially Ukraine in World Cup. Does this move the barometer at all? No. I put scary things in your DMs. um Thanks, Kirk. You've helped me learn so much this past year. I don't comment much or donate, but I'm here every day and it means a lot to me and my family. Sincerely. Thanks, CG. That's all I care about, man. You don't have to worry about that other stuff. As long as you're learning something. This is what we should do as well. What? Yes. I mean, you should, but it requires skill and knowledge of how to do it and when to do it. When the shares I own that have been holding long term, are the new shares considered long term as well? I'm not sure. I don't think so. They would still be considered new shares. No. Well, if it's if you're receiving new shares, they would be new. If it's a split, then they're still qualified for long-term holdings. Does that make sense? So they're not really new shares, they're just your share split, right? So it depends on the issuance, but yeah, if you've been holding for more than a year and they just split, right? Your shares split like 3-1. Your 3 shares are still long-term holdings. When wheat squeeze? Squeezes. When wheat go up? Towards summer. More towards summer. There's gonna be some serious food shortages come late spring. Also, I think Russia just blew up a 50,000 ton food storage in Ukraine. And they can't plant because of the war going on. Why would GME institutions buy GME after hours, after the news for potential announcement of a stock split? They knew that the price will go down at open. I said it before, and I'll say it again, fear of God. It's very likely that the price action we saw in after hours was market makers reducing delta risk. So a lot of these big moves you see in after hours tend to be market makers taking their risk off the table because the price action moving forward is an unknown. Which, obviously greatly elevates their risk model, and so they don't want to be carrying delta risk, and so they're more likely to move their position to delta neutral. Quick question, is value investing same like buy the fucking dip or same like bag holding? Both for periods of time. Hey, look, we're heading down to 165. Can you explain more about the Reg Show time machine and how to buy calls based off of it? Well, FTDs don't always generate price action. FTDs need to fall within a period of already higher pressure in order to create positive effect. So, FTDs just simply need volume to clear. They don't need buy volume. But if you have buy volume interacting with that system, then it can drive positive price improvement. What's the earliest GME option expiry you'll be going for once Ivy chills out? Probably July. Maybe some leaps. And then if we get an announcement, I'll buy some closer. But I'll start building the far out position first. If we hit 190 today, I'll put you on a top hat. Okay. So in theory, you could draw a wedge on the consolidation, and the breakout of the wedge would indicate a move to phase E. Yeah, a lot of trend analysis is based off of, Gann and Wyckoff and Dow's theories. They're kind of like the grandfathers of technical analysis. And Elliot, but fuck him. But he just ripped off Wyckoff, sort of. Even though I don't want to do it, I push through. This is the kind of heart, discipline, and drive to finish a task that proves useful on your quant team. I'm ready and humbly accept. It'll never happen, Stefan. You're just trying to get that sweet, sweet data. You can fuck right off. What is the dark pool percent? It was 55 earlier. 55.6, something like that. A little elevated. It's usually above 50%, but not much. Like it's usually like 51, 52. So 55 would be considered elevated. We'll likely move, like the Dix will move above the MA probably today. When the Dix is trading above the moving average, we tend to run up, right? Because asymmetric risk is increased. We can stay above it for a few days, but usually when it dips below, we run. If you guys haven't noticed that correlation yet. You jinxed the GME price. It fell to 165. No, I said it was going to fall to 165. I didn't jinx it. How about thanks, Pickle, for fucking predicting the price movement super, super accurately to the goddamn penny? How about that? Pricks. Hours in advance. Just Oh, wait. Fidelity down to 300 shares to borrow. Guys, don't forget to check out Trader Joe's for your pre-MOASS snacks. Cheddar Rockets, a delicious baked snack for you and your family. This is not a paid advertisement. Yeah. That's on 200s for next week. They just got cheaper. What's happening next week? Will Trader Joe's sell me CCs too? What's in those? Just cheese? No. Some like chemicals, flour, cheese. Yeah, CJ, absolutely. I don't know what you're talking about, but do it. Are we still in an up peak cycle? Up peak during a cycle? Are we in a cycle? Is there going to be a downside in a few weeks? What's curious is we don't really see the in the money puts coming in that would be indicative of the end of a cycle. We should be in a downtrend based on all previous cycles, but we've been holding fairly steady. We've even bounced to a newer high. We're only down $1 today, right now. Can you give us some more Wyckoff talk? You like that, don't you? Yeah. Does that help? Is that helping you Wyckoff? I think CLVR is already in Wyckoff, right? You'll see it everywhere once you start looking for it. Be careful with that. Shout out to my friend Rain that she's beautiful, but I don't know if that's true. Trina thinks you're beautiful, Rain. I don't need to be complimenting people, no evidence. Thank you, Trina. Do the movie trailer voice in a world with one stock. I don't know if she's lying, but it's subjective. It's all an illusion. Critical hits. Even the money you make from it. You know what's not an illusion? Cheddar rockets. Bro, you can't just tease us with that low ASMR and not give us enough to finish. Yeah, I can. Next week is T+2. You know, Moon, today is T+2 also. They're like cheeses, but they're not as salty. Are we going down because the float hasn't been DRS'd? Sure. Are more puts coming in? Not really. Hmm. Tennessee Griffin. Shout out to my boy Gabe. He's my bag holder and he's a terrible trader. Mm. Once the orders are placed in the dark pool, they print. What they have time to do is internalize those orders before placing them in dark pools. Listen, if they drop GameStop to $20, I'm buying a board seat. Yeah, I am not chasing T-Cat Chrome at all. Fuck that shit. If institutions want to vote, will they recall their shares before the record date? If they want to vote, yeah. They may not want to. So it's not a guarantee that we'll see a recall before the date of record. They will want to recall them before the split. I believe you, Trina. Ignore them. They're just trolling you. It's easy to do. If I buy myself a board seat, will people undrs their shares? The Russian fuel depot blew up yesterday. Shout out to Ken Griffin for looking like a hideous beast on that Forbes cover. He looks really fucking sweaty. You said we're way above gamma max. And T plus 2 should see improved price. Why not get calls? Up to you, man. Your money, your risk. Don't ask me what to do. Caught that sweet dip and bought some $450 414s. Is this the dip before the rip? It's just a dip. No, because his percentage of shareholding doesn't change through a stock split. Definitely not Girk's Bull Mayo guy. Breaking news, Pickle Financial CEO, also known as Gherkin, buys way onto GME board. Reddit rage quits the stock. Are you excited for the coming months? Yeah, absolutely. Notice how he said months, not today. Am I excited for today? Not particularly. Do they have to do a share recall? No. That is a lot of shares. He'll make even more money on covered calls. If you make GME board, you should change the transfer agent. They're all the same. Ooh. Yeah, I know. House passed to decriminalize marijuana. Yeah, there'll be a heads up. Whoa, what the fuck is this? Huh. Just want to confirm if you will be buying a yacht this year, assuming a stock split happens. Blink if 510s will allow me to also buy a yacht. You're welcome, Liam McManus. Do you think there will be any safe territory at all for new traders to attempt my CC and GME before the split, or wait to try after? There's safe windows, but there's risk in carrying too long. Like if you have the money to buy them back, it's relatively riskless, right? But I would say to just maybe paper trade it and learn it a little better before taking on that risk. CLVR has I mean, the play wasn't the vote, right? The play is the overextended short position. Think of my scanner as being like a fear greed indicator for shorts. If shorts are running away from spikes and delta by suppressing the price of the underlying, this means they are afraid of upwards price action, which is bullish long term. CDMs. Sell 200 put. That guy got wrecked. Oh, it's a split. He's buying calls too. That's just a spread. I didn't say they wouldn't do a stock split. I said it was unlikely. They still haven't done one yet. I also said RC wasn't going to buy the rest of his shares, which he didn't. He bought like $10 million worth, which was meh. The argument was not, will RC buy a small amount of shares to make a statement? The argument was, is RC going to buy 6 million shares? And the answer is still no. How do you feel about Matt Kors? I think he is either a liar or a shill. It's one of the two. They're both pretty bad. I know he had Lauer on yesterday. Drinking water from plastic bottles will give you microplastics in your bloodstream. Good. You know, drinking water from water will give you microplastics in your bloodstream too. How do you feel about Trey and Bruce? I mean, I think Bruce is just kind of like a boomer investor. Like he knows his shit. He's not stupid. But his strategy is more institutionalized. Trey is just like a cracked out child. I don't really have a problem with him per se. It's just I mean, at least he doesn't purport to know anything. He's also creepy to ducks, just saying. Don't worry, Trash. We weren't gonna not say that. Pickle Brigade bot. How do you feel about trading with greasy hands? Well, I have a napkin right here. What did he do to the ducks? We don't talk about it. Andrew Mo Money is your favorite then? All that guy does is read DD off Superstock. He's just like the audible version of Superstock DD. And since most Superstock DD is complete garbage, that's, the audiobook version of that isn't better. A fire has broken out at Citadel HQ. Oh boy. Citadel fire equals April Fools. Lol. I wouldn't be surprised if some crazy asshole tried to burn it down. Yeah, I don't have any long calls on GameStop right now. I had some 680s. I sold them this morning. Doing hums. How pissed do you think Superstock would be if we brigaded our place and stuck a Pi-Fi logo on top of their shit? That would be hysterical. Thanks for the valuable knowledge you're giving away. I've learned so much from you on the road less because of your amazingness. Vive options. Thank you, Jesse B. Trekkin. I appreciate that. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad you're able to have a little more you time. What do I think about? I ask myself why I do this every day a lot. Sometimes I wonder how many hours a day sitting in a chair will remove from my life. Why do you not like Supersonic? It's kind of just full of idiots and shit. Like most of the internet. I'm not saying they're worse than the rest of the internet. They're about equal, but they're not better than the rest of the internet. Dude, get a standing desk. But then I've got to like take apart this desk and remount my monitors, readjust my camera. They were good for you when it suited. No, they weren't. I got harassed the entire time I was there for providing information. Crawford. And then they banned me for no reason. I don't care about them at all. Thanks for doing what you do, Gurk. Can't you tell how much respect I have for you? You're the man. Thanks, Flocala. Literally just got a spinal disc prolapse from sitting for too long. I hope you're staying active, man. That sounds terrible. Was the excitement last night around the stock split ungrounded? Sort of. I guess it's in the way people feel excitement. People just assume anything good happens will have an immediate positive effect on the price of GameStop without understanding the processes that have to occur before that happens. You are the more successful lazy person I've ever encountered. I've met people far lazier than me that make way more money. I would argue that, in fact, I'm not that lazy. Just cut a hole in your floor in front of your desk and stand in it. I hope you know how valuable the information you provide is. How thankful me and many others are for a chance of changing our lives, not just with GME, but with financial literacy in general. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I do understand the value it provides to those that want to take advantage of it. Standing desk plus under desk treadmill. Dude, that'd be so weird. How do you feel about Adabit? He writes frequently incorrect DDs in a way that presumes a lot of conspiracy without actually addressing the facts. People like them. Axiom is 157.50. Do you think that is where we're most likely will close today? No. What's your thoughts on next week's price action? Hmm. If we hold this or move back up to this like 172, 174 range and close out above max pain, it's good for next week, but it doesn't mean like a huge run, right? It just means like a slight bump. I didn't call it unfounded. The guy who asked me the question did. You already know the answer to why you do this every day. You've told us it's way better than trading by yourself. And it's an additional revenue stream to hang out with cool people and the Dans. I guess. You've literally made it so that working in the dumpster is not a choice, not a necessity for me. You've taught me as long as I have $5, I can always YOLO the top of the options chain and maybe buy food for my son. Priceless. But now you only have $2 left. At this point, the common denominator between the Herman Miller chair, Staples chair, Secret Labs chair, and Gherk is Gherk. Clearly, Gherk is just bad at sitting. Come meet with the Dans. We give great lessons. Thanks, Big Danny Nair. Not brown nosing in the slightest, but thanks for what you do and the simplicity and patience you have in helping those willing to learn and apply themselves. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Toes win. There'll be no toes. With last night's announcement, are we better positioned for the big ups before the vote split? Or is it status quo until June, July now? With the typical cycle covering until then. We'll have more institutional interest moving into a stock split, even a potential one. That plus the NFT marketplace announcement for by the end of quarter 2 that has already driven some speculation will continue to drive institutional speculation. As long as institutional speculation remains high, our price can be supported. So I do not know if this cycle is going to play out like previous cycles. It's already seen a significantly larger upside than August or November. Um, we'll see, but I do think we'll hold this higher trend. I do think it's likely that we are in a consolidation period after our big move to the upside. GameStop trending on Twitter. Dope. Would you dump 200C 414 calls? 200C 414s. It's a bit rough. I mean, you're $40 out of the money. How do you feel about Morant's rants? I don't really have any feelings towards him. I heard he called me a fatty, so he can go fuck himself. Yeah, I'm fine, trash. I haven't really talked to Houston recently, but I don't have any problem with him, yeah. Nothing wrong with PMCCs on GameStop, especially if we're trading moderately flat. I've only got an entropy chart that I validated between all kinds of candles. Kind of stoked. Fuck yeah, dude. You gotta show me later. Do you know where Hayat's pixel is? No, I have no idea. How do you reckon the next week will play out? A steady climb or more consolidation? Only asking as I have 414, 460, and I'm not sure if I should just take a small profit. You have 414, 460s that are in the money? Or profitable? Yeah, it could happen, first name. I didn't ignore you, Digital Good Time. Four eight weeklies on the menu? No, not my menu. They're really trying to get it under max pain. We'll see. This is our next resistance at 158.50. If we drop below that, it's not good. Is the Jimmy squeeze inevitable? No. Is trade spotting not talking to you after the whole super stonk debacle? I have no idea. I mean, we didn't really talk much before, to be honest. It's not like we were on conversational terms. We talked on occasion, like a couple times. Should we be looking at other companies that use stock splits to shake off shorts to get insights as to possible price action leading up to stock splits? You know what, Stefan, you go do that. You should go. You know what? Draw me up a full report on 15 stocks with short positions in excess of 20% that have had a stock split. My jar felt like we had our tailgate party last night. Put on my also a full fundamental analysis of each of them. Felt like we had our tailgate party, and then you can ditch any that don't really match GME's fundamentals. Float size, volume traded. Make sure it's on NYSE. Felt like we had our tailgate party last night. Put on my Team GME shirt this morning and wanted a huge win at the big game today. But still happy for our beloved GME and our beloved Girk. So grateful I found you at the start and I've learned so much from you. Thank you. Thank you, Christine. I appreciate that. Friendometer update, full shill. Thanks, Rims and Tims. Some nutty guitar guy on the pickle jar being weird about him. I try to ban the crazy people in there, but I'm not always successful. Took your pizza DD advice? Prima donna shell. Betting RC gonna be feisty this weekend? Good for him. Gamma slide to 150. I still don't think we have enough puts for that. We did fall below gamma neutral though, which is not good. Is the effect of a stock split not extra liquidity and therefore not ideal for a squeeze scenario? It is, and it's not. But running up to the split and shortly after it, the potential for a squeeze is much higher. I don't care what TCAT does. Did it squeeze the wrong way? No, we just fell back to the bottom of the channel. "14 hours ago, the entire Discord was lamenting about getting one last dip. Well, here it fucking is." Oh, J Fresh. feel like this is making 200 cc's or maybe even 190 cc's next week. Safe to sell before IV bleeds out. This is seriously reducing next week's Monday, Tuesday covering, right? Yeah. But we can still bounce into close windmill. So if you're thinking about it, wait, maybe. We didn't want this kind of dip. You know what I mean? I just wanted a whole nother cycle before the split announcement. Now I want more. That's not good. I learned from the frags. There's only one frag. It's not plural. I had the intention of going full port leaps today, but flipped 6 ADCs for cash, kept one for insurance, and still have plenty of cash on hand. Nice. Are you going to be putting that into CERN puts? What do you think the bottom of the channel is? Do you look at the 4-hour EMA for it? No, I look at horizontal resistance on like the 1 year. Isn't this the last dip of the Wyckoff? Like it's right where we had it before and the run and bounced 158 earlier in the week. You mean yesterday? I think you're referring to yesterday. Missed it? There was a frag split. No. There's only one frag. All other frags will be banned. I wouldn't ask Popcorn Trader genuine questions. How do you feel about October 2022 GME options? It would probably cover the stock split. It would probably do that. Can you explain Frag for newer billionaires? He seems like an imaginary friend. He's not. He's real. There's pictures. That's the best financial advice you've ever given this chat. How do you feel about June in the money options? What if we go lower and then they're not in the money? Stop trying to FOMO. And stop trying to get me to tell you that FOMOing is bullish. Is there anything that might move us up next week? Gamma ramps? Nope. Just some T+2 action if we don't close below 155. Freg is Fran. I ran into Freg at the grocery store the other day. Nice. Usually doesn't do his own shopping. You're always salty, but you seem extra salty today. Repetitive questions getting to you? Why the salt? I'm not salty at all. I'm fucking stoked. I am being dismissive of people's overexuberance. What's the next cycle date you predict? Late June or late July? It would be late June if we're still on the cycle. But May is possible too. We don't know if the Feb OPEX was in fact moved or just deferred. No, I'm not hungover. Not even annoyed by the price going down. I don't have anything on the line. I heard you were explaining internalization today. You heard wrong. Yes, I would, Mo. After hours run? Probably not. I have 400 paper GME shares that are about to fall below my paper cost basis. I have a lot on the line. This is very serious. Is there a price at which you pick up more GME calls today? Nope. You always strike down from your perch above the 510 gang. Don't shame us, risk averse man. How have we not halted to the downside? Well, that would have to happen all at once instead of very slowly over the course of the entire day. Is the price an April Fool's joke? Always has been. Why is there the most liquidity during power hour? Because that's when people want to trade things. There's actually more liquidity in the morning than there is during power hour, usually. The first 15 minutes of market open have the most liquidity. Do you think short hedge funds are trying to crush hype? Absolutely. Is Ivy looking low enough to enter or wait? It's not low at all. Ivy is still super elevated. Can we call the first 15 minutes of trading the crunch bunch? Or where your viewers lose the most money on weeklies? People just love weeklies, man. They're like scratch offs. They can't get enough of them. I don't understand why. 741. Ew, ew. Lams Eva. What? It's a great name. Crunch Bunch. What's the Fidelity borrow rate? 8 something? Does after hours rip make that the SOS peak? Does that mean that we haven't hit bottom support yet? It could potentially be a higher peak. If the hedge funds can control the price action so much, why did they let it run in the first place? Why not just sink it almost to nothing? Because they have to cover their obligations from sinking it almost to nothing. I just dropped my cookie into my hot coffee. I have no utensil nearby. Send help. Just just suck the crumbly mess out of the bottom when you're done with your coffee. My pink eye has been healed by this dip. Hallelujah. Congratulations. Aren't you picking up leaps on that split news? Waiting for IV to drop? Yeah. Just waiting. Where does this dip leave us for Wyckoff? Kind of around the bottom of the channel. Are we below max span? Just above it. Except there's very unlikely to be a fight for max span, right? Because the longs were already in the money this morning. So they sold. How long does it take for Ivy to chill out after a spike like this? Hours, days, weeks? A few days before it really crashes down. A few weeks before it goes like below 100. What's your target IV range for GME options? I prefer them in the, 90 to 110% range. That's not always possible without buying them really far out though. Leaps below 100 are fucking awesome. Today feels a little bit excessive. Really? Or like 130 would feel excessive. Did you sell any of your CLVR contracts? Nope. Is closing at max paying confirm that you're an options shill? No. Is GameStop doing an at the market offering right now? Very unlikely. I sold today because I can't do splits. Why did you sell? I didn't sell today. I sold on the test of 200. The first one, not the after hours one. We buy this Wyckoff channel bottom to avoid missing the run next week. You could. I don't know how spectacular the run next week is. No, it confirms that you're again scary accurate. Thank you. Every time you say CLVR, it sounds like silver. And it takes me back to Wall Street Bets tried to pump and dump it after the sneeze. I think some people actually made money on that pump and dump. But who knows? Does closing a Max Payne today confirm that market makers still have a business to run? Yeah. Can you take a look at NVIDIA on the daily? Do you think it'll go back below the 240s? Trying to see if I should sell some shares now to take profit. I mean, I don't think it's going to go back to 40 there. Here, I haven't done TA on this in a while. I feel like I was supposed to be tracking this also, and I forgot. Lame. Oh well. Guess I missed out on that. Next resistance to the downside is 256.30. But like the next candle will probably consolidate higher, but it's gonna still open at that like kind of shitty midpoint. Probably it might test 170, but it's more likely it'll just be at like 167 if it does recover and bounce a little bit. So this is probably going to consolidate for a little while. This is a lot of price action. So yeah, if your value is slipping, I would consider looking at a stop limit or something. Why do these look so similar? Interesting. All manipulated stocks manipulated the same way? Curious. Fear of God. We went up like $50 yesterday from the low. And now we're down $50, but this is the bad thing. This is ridiculous. Down 50, ridiculous. Up 50, perfectly normal. Your bias is like, you've applied it way too thick, man. Up, not manipulation. Down, call the SEC. You shall. You guys are just mad because I didn't get assigned. I'm not Moonwind. Scary accurate pickle man. Will we see 200 by end of day? Absolutely fucking not. We will be extremely lucky to see 174. And more likely just 165. I'm more mad that I sold my cover call. I kind of am too, honestly. But I wasn't going to take the risk with the FOMO. No, I closed them when we started tanking this morning. It was too risky. Uh-oh, Pi-Fi's speaking logic again. Where's my torch and pitchfork? Probably underneath your DRS letter. I didn't say it was contingent on the raise of authorized shares. What? I gotta tell you, I think this might be getting shorted and manipulated. Really? Huh. Some brokers, including one of my own, don't do stock dividend unless cash settle. Instead, cash settle. Do they do splits? Or do they cash settle splits? I would double check on that. Split not the same as special dividend. Talk to us about the decision to buy back covered calls. Looking back at it, was it a good decision with a bad outcome? I mean, I could have made more money on them, but not much. They weren't far dated. They were only for today. I got most of them back at a profit. Not as much profit as I could have gotten, but the resistance and risk to the downside with the volume we were experiencing was too high. Later, Tatzel. Power Hour song?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Any synopsis on ETF FTDs? Can you be a little more specific? Also, if you got a question for me, tag me. How's Wyckoff looking? Fine. To be fair, I didn't have that many covered calls out. I'd probably feel worse about it if I did. Nice, Dave of the Pigeon Wheel Daves. I bought some of those too. They are up. How's it fine if it's putting in lower lows? I mean, it's still within the channel. Things can consolidate downwards too. It's still, as long as it's holding an elevated floor, it's okay. You do have to account for GME being heavily manipulated. Discord audio. Oh, sorry. What happened to CLVR? It's just dropping a little bit. Again, on CLVR, I have May and January calls. I'm not super focused on the short term. It'd be nice if it runs on the short term, but I've got plenty of time to wait. ACN. I mean, Head and Shoulders on the daily. Okay, consolidation? A little weird. This one's tricky. Giving me super oversold either. It's kind of flat, boring. What's up with this? Does it just have like an obscene free float? I would say just consolidating. Decent for a move to the upside, but your risk is at 334. So be aware of that. Yeah, 334.28 would be like a risk level. But it kind of just looks like it's consolidating. It is having a bit of difficulty with this resistance at 340. But I think it's still okay for a continued move to the upside. Sure, Subway. Too big of a float, too much high frequency trading going on. You're unlikely to have positive outcomes with this. It's at resistance. I suspect it'll take a while to break. It seems to struggle with its resistances. Maybe a down tick in trend. Higher. Price target's only like 975 though. Nine, not even 975. 9 is probably even better. Intraday, it's falling. Well, I don't think it's breaking out today, if that's the question. This doesn't look very good. Maybe not for a little while. I think it's going to continue to fail this resistance for a little bit. Yeah, the House passed the MORE Act. Any reason you prefer DMI or over RSI? I checked both. Yeah, I think we can get a small run. I agree. Inverse head and shoulders too, off a double bottom. A 4-to-1 split options, 5 turns into 20 with $200 strike. What happens to the strike price? Does it turn into 50 since the price is also reduced? I don't think that's how that works. I'm gonna double check because I want to make sure I'm right, but I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. I think it simply just changes the amount of shares it represents in the underlying, and the premium remains the same. Are my 414 sends gonna print? You know better than that, JFresh. CLVR didn't run. It did earlier a little bit. It hit 3. It's the MORE Act. It deschedules marijuana. It hasn't passed the Senate yet, but it did pass the House today. He didn't buy for the vote. He bought long term. Yeah, I wasn't even targeting this week. I was simply buying in. I'll probably average down as well, but I'm buying in for, like a few weeks out. That seems to be about the turnaround time. I mean, like if we look at Docu from the point at which I got the signal, which was here, to the top of the run, it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 13 days. Or, well, 15 days later, actually. 15 days after I got the signal for Docu, it reached, the peak of this part of the run. And then I think it's going to break higher as well. But I only got the clove signal last Friday. So it's been 4 trading days since the signal came in. And we're still adjusting it. It's by no means a reliable scanner yet. We're still back testing and adjusting and tweaking it. The first thing we had to do was, after sends, was we had to adjust it forward so it stopped being so sensitive to the short. Otherwise, you buy in and then it gets shorted, which is good for its own reasons, but that's kind of a different indicator. I've been a multi-year bag holder on SWN. Almost time to get out, I think. Dude, why are you bag holding so many stocks? Stop buying shit. 2 Dans, 1 Subway Cup. Stefan, I just love watching charts, predicting price action. Sometimes I know what's going to happen, and I can't explain why. The more you do it, the more you'll get that. You should still always check, because sometimes you're not right, even if you feel it in your gut. So still a good entry point for CLVR. What's it trading at right now? Under 250 is decent, I think. But I mean, also there's no guarantee it's gonna run, so it's risky. It's super risky. I'm definitely shadow banned. Okay. I don't think so, because I just saw you write that. Was I away when you messaged? No, I don't see your previous message. I don't think you're shadow banned, Yoons. It's something you're saying or trying to do. DM me your message and I'll DM me your message on Discord and I'll tell you what it's blocking. Do you have a DD on what your scanner looks like for they need more detailed way? Looks for? What? No, I don't have a DD on it because I don't particularly want to share more than I already have. No, I've been asking various questions all day long. Alright, I have no idea. That's weird. Well, you're not banned now? It could be somebody reported you. I don't know why. Thanks for keeping our morale high as fuck. You got it, bro. I'm really not ignoring him. I don't really ignore anyone except, like, Smooth Gotti Beats and Moonwind and the mods. I wouldn't doubt it, Yoons. The hate watchers are big on reporting. What will the repercussions be to Carl for changing his name to Dan, even if as a joke? There will be none because it was April Fool's and it's fine. And he retracted it immediately. I also timed him out. Maybe me too. I talk a lot. You do. I said mods. Oh my god, I just understood. You made me a mod so you can more easily ignore me. I've cracked your secret. I don't know what you're talking about. I feel a tingling in my sinus. Oh boy. Should get that checked out. Gherk, will there be a massive FTDs from today? I think there's going to be a lot of FTDs from this entire period, frankly. You ignore me all the time. I do not. You just say shit all the time. I can't get them all, right? You ignore me 99% of the time, even though we're best friends. We're not. You stole my chair. I hate you. You're my nemesis. Do you have any neat plans for the weekend? No. Probably gonna work on my covered call video that I'm doing. There's kind of a DD that I've been milling about that I maybe want to write. I don't know. I want to fix my fucking OBS. I got some stuff to do. I have errands I have to run. I have to like mail some stuff, and then I have to go grocery shopping, I think. I'm impressed how long you have answered questions patiently. You mean a year? Almost a year. Sahib, let me ask you something. Were we following Wyckoff this morning? TFT stream? Maybe. After hours? Sounds like the weekend of a 74-year-old man. I mean, if I get a hit on Tinder, it might spice up the weekend. Mail some stuff? You got that P.O. box yet? I don't. I'll see if they have any. I actually went to get one. Like one day when I ended the stream, I immediately went out to get a PO box, and they didn't have any at the place I went to. Like the place closest to me doesn't have any available. I have to like get on a waiting list. It feels like a trick question. It feels like you're asking me for a trick answer. NWM is the ETF with the largest quantity of BBY shares. There are approximately 7 million FTDs from 3.3, 3.4, 3.7. Is this enough to cause significant price action with BBBY? T plus 35's date starting 4.7. Where are you getting the T plus 35 date? Because I'm very suspicious of the way people count these. Because they always count them incorrectly. It should be 4.7, but not from 3.3. Well, I guess as soon as the T plus 6. So it's from Cohen's announcement date, which is T plus 6 before that, plus 35. Make sure that your T plus date lines up with your FTD date. Because if they're ETF FTDs, they have plus 3 on top of that. Don't forget. Because of the cash settlement. Looks to me like if you want to play the downside of cat, the entry point would be when it breaks 218. Can you confirm? It's 217.50, actually, but very close. Good job. Please live stream the Tinder date for the love of VWAP, please. What? Why would I do that? Are you gonna post your port value as one of your Tinder pics? No. I just put like phone photos of my monitor of me. So like I use my phone to take a photo of myself on YouTube, and I just post that. That's my only picture. I think I'm gonna switch my Tinder profile to various stream cards soon though. Why doesn't the US trade CFDs? They're illegal here. Because of broker side and manipulation. I would never be so uncouth as to post my bank account balance on my Tinder profile. I'm just following the chart exchange table. Yeah, so chart exchange only tracks market maker FTDs, not ETF FTDs, which is unfortunate and useless. There still isn't one that tracks ETF FTDs properly. And they just add T35 arbitrarily. Not all of them are marked long. Pickle content provider. Definitely not Gerxbull Mayo guy. Could you look at UNH? Looking at swinging bear side, it's at the top of the channel, ready to move back to the lower range. Looks like clockwork, and it can't be that easy. It can be. My only problem is here is you only have like a $5 range till you hit some support. Not saying you won't get a deeper dip, because it does look like it likes to fail that top support on its way back. You do have some resistance at 408. I presume 502 would be your target. 502 to 501. And it really does swing really low. I would be targeting like I would be targeting 506 and then follow the trend from there. But it looks good. I agree. This breakout does not look strong. Neither does today's intraday price action. Choppy and unable to retain highs. Okay, can you use a picture of your report for my seeking arrangements profile? The ladies just don't seem to appreciate how valuable all these 510s will be. That's fair. And they even when they are more valuable, they probably won't be that valuable. Is this GameStop? Yeah. Ask about how the Wyckoff looks like. Pretty much the same as it did this morning, minus $30. I was asking about also what did I miss, and finally if you broke the MOASS. Oh, you didn't miss anything, except this big dip. And no, MOASS isn't broken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we are too, Stefan. It looks like we're gonna break up. Girk, I've learned an insane amount from you over the last 7 months. You're a legend for doing this for us. GME gonna make us filthy rich. Fuck yeah, RP. Are you gonna hire one of us to be your butler post squeeze? No, probably not. I will hunt down Moonwind and get my chair back though. I mean, you'll receive the same credit all Dans receive when they do something, which was this was created by a Dan. It's a hive mind. I'm not going to individualize you. In real life, do the chicks you date know you're a stockyard? I don't think chicks care. CVVWAP is the first signal line again, or is my setup wrong? It hit the first signal line this morning. Your setup might be wrong. Turn Bittrex off and switch it to L0A6, the London exchange for GameStop. I think that's what it is. Or LA06. You think IV on Leaps will come down before launch? Probably. IV's already down today a bit. I should have sold the 414 CS on CLVR this morning that I accidentally bought yesterday. 414 Cs? Oh, yeah, that's not a lot of time. I mean, you might be okay, but it's not a lot of time. Are we reverse head and shouldering with a hunchbacked shoulder? Sorta. I'm gonna figure out a name for whatever this is, because it's a thing. Man, that looks dirty. I'm gonna delete that. Never mind. Ugh. How do you stay so zen when the market kicks you in the teeth? Confidence. Confidence in my investment. You should read some Buffett. Also, I have very few fucks to give. Can you stare into the stream and give the deck some ASMR voice? Maybe later. Maybe on the other stream. Ugh. You can hire me to find stocks for you not to include in Pickles Picks. I already know what stocks not to include. Man, I want to sell shares of BBBY and UVXY to buy GME on this dip. I feel like I'm overthinking this. Does the swing and swing trading refer to my emotions? Probably. Get them under control. Paper trade until you can. Would you peek PayPal for me? I think it's going to run into May 3rd earnings. Not everything undervalued is undervalued. It might. It looks good. I said this before. I think you asked me the other day. It still just looks good for this breakout. I don't know if this is the timeline I set it on, but probably not. I probably did it on like the 4-hour. But it looks fine for a little bit more move to the upside. I don't know where that upside move is. I don't think it's 157, but it could be if their earnings come in good. I mean, people still use them, but don't forget they did get dropped by eBay and are becoming less relevant because of like Web3. If no MOASS on a split announcement, run up GG. No, because the split announcement doesn't necessarily trigger the squeeze. It could be the split, and then after the split, T plus 9 plus 35 days. I don't know if that's how it works, Yuns. Been in for 2 years and made more in the last 6 months than the first 18, thanks to learning how marked works, sort of. Thanks for everything you do. Wish I knew some of this 2 years ago. How the market works. That's awesome, Freddy. Thanks, man. Bullshit Friday. What about next week? My calls are dead. Why didn't you sell them this morning? We might get a bump on Tuesday, right? So if you have calls for next week, you can wait for a bump instead of taking the loss on the nose, but it may not be strong. We're not that much above max pain right now. If we get a good move into end of day, like back into this 165 range, then possibly a decent Monday or Tuesday. You might get a better exit, but you're gonna take some theta loss, so you know your gains may not be that great even then. What I find is that MACD is notoriously bad on smaller intervals, but it seems to be okay at predicting breakouts on smaller intervals. It's mediocre at it. There's better indicators for predicting breakouts on small intervals. It's okay, Stefan. If I seem bored by the rabbit holes you're into, it's because I've been in all of them already. Just backtest log. Move on to the next indicator. You'll see. call it a Heimer. 217.25 to 205. 213, I believe, is the low end of that channel. So yeah, 213.28 if it can't hold 217.50. Which it currently is. It's still holding it. I will reiterate, cat does not yet look bearish, but it moves a lot overnight, so be careful. If you do it on the other stream, I'll time you out. You can't time me out. Also, it's not like I'm actively using the chat. I don't care if I get timed out. Put up the Buffett buy the effing dip thing. I bought the dip on GME, right? When we dipped to fucking 80. That was sweet. I mean, it still looks like we're consolidating. We may be consolidating downward, but consolidating nonetheless. Wyckoff's fairly flexible with this consolidation range. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? It can consolidate down. As long as the relative range of the lows isn't, slipping significantly below previous highs. If it slips down really far, that's not good, right? That just means that this broke up into an SOS here. The consolidation was upwards, and this was the entire distribution phase. And then, like, if these fail, then it breaks down and moves back into phase, like phase A and B, right? So, oh shit. You're mostly just looking for a continuance of price within the expected range. So if price stays relatively within this range, volume lowers and consolidation occurs, this is pretty much on track. Oh, I'm not even showing it, am I? Son of a bitch. Motherfucker. There you go. So yeah, unless price falls drastically below the range, like back below the previous LPS, we're still on track for a move to the upside. Obviously, if price falls really low, the move to the upside is reduced. But I think everything looks fine right now, frankly. If this even was a peak, I don't know how much we should count this, given that it was, kind of just news and probably not part of relevant price action. But if we do count that, then, and we bottom out here and sort of come up, we could probably retest VWAP and then, like maybe a move back down into this range. Like it can end up coming out like that, like that downward consolidation, which just means that, buy pressure isn't as strong as sell pressure, up until the point of consolidation, which could reduce the, amount of the breakout, but mostly we just watch it, right? We'll see what happens. Wyckoff is not a guarantee, although it can be very accurate when done effectively, and our volume trends do confirm a Wyckoff phase D accumulation. And a move into phase E is possible. It is not a guarantee. I've done the analysis to the best of my ability, but at this point, it's just on the analysis. I can't make it work any better than it works. Did you make most of your wealth from the stock market? I've made the money I have from the stock market. I wouldn't say it's wealth. Shadow band quality. What? Is cat still a play? Riskier play, but yeah. Any puts coming in? Nothing significant. Just calls sold off. Same effect, right? Drops the price. Remember when people told you that calls didn't matter and had no effect on the price? They lied. I just got a coupon from BBBY in the mall. Are these dividends? Sure. You too, Walker. I'll see you later, man. Ugh. Is the bull meter still up to date? Yeah. Hey, look, we're going back to 165. I wish somebody told me about that when we were trading at 156. I do not expect a potential bomb next Tuesday. Let's get this real fucking clear. I don't expect that much from next Tuesday. A little bit of gamma exposure, not a lot. You said 172 too. Well, if we'd held that floor at 165, then we could have. Not anymore. My brokerage auto closed my weekly at 3. Is that why they pushed it down until then? Probably not. It is. Not sustained, but it is a lower low. I mean, it's still relatively around 158.50. 165 safe? For market close? No, I don't think so. Why would you even try to do that? Do you consider there being a series of channels for cat? 196.63 to 205, 205 to 213, 213 to 217.50. Yeah. No, there's a series of channels for cat. They decrease in strength as it moves up, but I don't know if it's going to drop back into those channels again. Valuations have changed on it. The shorting can't be cheap. It's not so much shorting as it is selling off of long positions. Remember, repositioning, right? People take profits, price drops. Whether they do that from options or shares, it doesn't matter. The price drops. Because market makers hedge. They may not hedge fully, but they still hedge. Hello, Gurk. What are some good strikes to sell covered calls as well as CSPs at? Thanks. That kind of depends on the price we're trading at. There's systems for selling them. You're stunningly smug today. I'm always smug, turd. There's systems, there's like, you sell 0.2, 0.1 delta if you don't want to get assigned. You sell 0.5, 0.3 if you do. That kind of thing, but they're not foolproof by any means. And there's, if you apply technical analysis, then you can get better targets and get higher premium. Which, since I doubt you're selling like thousands at a time, is probably important. But to just define a good target for them willy-nilly is not a good way to approach it. There was some shorting, but not a lot. I mean, the shares were borrowed, but it wasn't like crazy. It was like 500,000 borrowed shares out of 12 million volume. I'm sure there was ETF creation. I'm sure there was shorting, but not a lot of puts bought, which really indicates they weren't aggressively shorting, right? It's mostly market makers shedding the hedge. Do you think DFV would approve of selling CCs on GameStop? I'd be surprised if he didn't. DFV is definitely selling CCs. Look at the page of his notebook from the newspaper interview. He was to cover it on stream. Yeah, DFV can take almost, like, if you have a position of that size, you can take almost no risk, right? And you can sell just massive covered call positions. Like, you could sell like 350s for next week, right? Which is very unlikely for us to hit at $50 a pop today, right? And you're selling 20,000 or 2,000 contracts. At 57 a piece. That's $114,000 a week. There's nothing wrong with selling CCs. People have just made it sound evil. It doesn't even, it's already a hedged position. It doesn't even it doesn't even affect the price of the underlying. How's Gamma Ramp looking for next week? It's good money. Yeah, no shit. Imagine thinking you were buying the dip today at 183. Fair. Thanks, Time Traveling Super Positional Cat. I appreciate it, man. CLVR, good entry price. Yeah, remember it's a risky position. It may not run. It may not meet my expectations. It's still, a bet on a incomplete scanner that's in the process of being built. It's a bearish bet, but a bull can sell one too. That's because a rational bull knows when their stock is trading sideways. I'm going to use a credit card to buy shares so I can sell CCs as a plan. It's a CC CCCP. I mean, I guess as long as you can beat your interest rate, right? Which seems hard to do, but maybe. How much could I make if I sell those today? Hold on. Fuck. Done. CSPs are bullish. You gonna show us the Wyckoff model at close? No, Monday morning. He just sold us CCs. I don't think I did. Can you sell more than 200 CCs? More than 200 covered calls? Maybe. I'm not acknowledging you, Moonwin. GME Entertainment incoming after hours. What? Am I gonna stream on my Twitch? Probably. But what am I gonna stream? I don't know. But you just did. Did what? You're still not right. You're still trying to sell like 0 DTE 165s. What's Gurk's Twitch? It's in the description, Apecology. Just stream it yourself eating a sandwich with your shirt off. I don't want that many viewers. May I ask what you sold? I sold some 350s for next Friday. Thank you, Han. Moonwood should definitely not be a fucking mod. He's childish, reprehensible braggart, and a chair thief. I'm not selling 950s. Mod me now as an apology. No. I'm not apologizing. I just bought 350s for next week. I wasn't wrong about today. I was pretty spot on with today's predictions. BBY strong in the close. Yeah, it actually looks pretty decent. Which means I'm not going to get assigned on my fucking cash secure put again. Kind of pisses me off. Ding ding. Where's the 0-0 guy? Closing today out at 165, down exactly $1.58 from yesterday. I know it seemed like a rough one, but it's okay. We also closed $10 above max pain from this morning, which is fantastic. Thank you guys all so much for tuning in. Yeah, I'll probably stream in a little bit. I'll notify everyone on the Discord or something if I'm gonna stream some games. I'll probably get some lunch or something first. My Weeble showing 164.98. It'll update. Hashtag full bull. Let's go. Yeah, let's say 7. Yeah, I'm going to do some cardio. CSPs. It's not a cash covered put. It's a cash secured put. It's a covered call. Use the correct terminology, please. Even if your broker is wrong. No, not CNS. That's continuous net settlement. Irritable bowel syndrome. Pepperidge Farm remembers OPEX. Your CCs are now cursed. Really? Because I made money off them today. Not a lot, but some. Silent Lurker. Thank you, Silent Lurker. Or not so Silent Lurker, maybe? I don't know. I appreciate it. Let's play some Warzone. Ew. Okay, that's enough out of you guys. And remember the most important one of all, NFA. Thank you guys so much. Have a great weekend, everybody. See you Monday. Oh, no. Sorry. See you Sunday for the members only stream at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Of course, UTC -4. Eastern Daylight Time. UTC -4. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico!
Sit, Krian. Sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.